Tell me, why have you come here? We must all cure ourselves of the entire cult of the Absolute. I've traced people like you. People with parasites in their brains. All the way here from Baldur's Gate. You may just be the godsend we've been praying for.
You're the same as me. You have a mind flare tadpole in your brain. Let's try to find a solution together, before it's too late.
There's a gust of weave about you, but it's a mere breeze. I need a tempest.
Who am I? Your only chance of survival.
You want to play the hero so badly? Fine. Let's make this interesting.
We fight, we die, and we just hope that when our time comes, there is someone else to take our place.
My, this place is fun.
There's someone I want you to meet. A friend who sees the world in simple terms. Not just a friend. A legend. He's not the kind of man who takes kindly to captivity. The cult captured him. I almost feel sorry for them.
Why, hello, EV23 first in the room, and hello, Brad Pritchard. Yeah, the Under Armour hat brought you back. Good, Brad. I'm glad. I thought you'd like this. I wore it just for you, and also because I need a haircut. I'm at that point again where I need a haircut. I'm even wearing this to my work meetings now. So everybody gets to see the Under Armour hat. And welcome, guys. Happy Thursday. I just realized. Okay, yes, more Baldur's Gate. Your opinions on when you need a haircut are extreme. It basically when my hair starts doing its own thing and I can't make it do what I want without it being all weird, it's time to get a haircut. So, but yeah, it's much shorter than a lot of people's hair, including yours, Brad. But your hair actually, you know, doesn't look terrible when it's older. When it's longer, mine does. You're basically dead. You went out for drinks last night and then came in from the office for an early call. Great! Is there any way to get rid of this little heart thing? There's the emoji thing and it's right in the chat where I'm just trying to read your guys' stuff. Anyways. The newest line of chat, the right side of it's always obscured by the little heart emoji thing. You went to a chiropractor today. OMG, it felt amazing. My back hasn't hurt all day. Well, I'm very glad to hear that you went to a chiropractor and it was amazing and your back has not hurt all day. That is good news. In contrast to Brad, who's basically dead. So I guess we've got the two extremes going on here. There's the self-care and then there's the self-abuse. The two ends of the spectrum happening right in front of me. The only two people in the chat who are chatting. Polar opposites. So, yeah, the only other game that I considered... Oh, yeah, that's great. So, but your back doesn't hurt either, Brad. So I guess maybe it's not polar opposites. Because your back's good. The only other game I considered playing was one that launched into early access, like, yesterday? Day before yesterday? I think it was day before yesterday. Called Jump Light Odyssey. It's basically, I basically bought it to support the developers, because the game's not done baking yet at all. I jumped into it for a little while. But it's basically like, what was that 80s anime with the spaceship looked like a submarine? I think it was called the Yamato. It's basically the game version of that, where it's like RimWorld, except you're building inside of a spaceship. And then it's a little bit like FTL. Except with, you have your crew inside with RimWorld. And then the way the crew works is like Star Trek. There's a head of engineering, head of this, head of that. They even have the colors. Like the science people wear blue. The engineering people wear gold. It's very like Star Trek inspired, which is why I liked it, because I'm all into Star Trek right now. I almost thought about streaming that just to support the developers and show the game off a little bit, but it's really, really early on. It's really, I don't know. Decide not to. You found a mini misting cauldron for $5 at Dollar Tree. You've been on the hunt for it since last year. Want to see a video of it? I wouldn't refuse to watch a video of it, if that's what you're asking. I didn't specifically wake up this morning and say, you know what I want to see? I want to see a video of more mini misting cauldrons from $5 from Dollar Tree. But now that I know you have it, if you want to make a video of it, I will watch it. Of course. And Brad also would watch it. So there you go. The two most important people on the internet. So yeah. Jump Light Odyssey. Actually, now I almost want to show you guys a trailer of it. Since I'm talking about it, I'm not going to play it. I can at least show the trailer. I think it's an IGN watermark on it, though. Come on, computer. I think the only... Let me see if I can find it. It's a Jump Light Odyssey trailer. It's a reveal trailer. Yeah, the only like the early access launch trailer is got an IGN watermark on it. So I try to avoid that usually. Oh, wrong one. Hey, look, remember this when I did all the Under Armour stuff? Anyways. It's totally that ship from that anime. And I just realized, too, that the, and then I forgot what I was going to say. Oh my god, I'm turning 50 this year. Son of a bitch, it's really starting to show. So, yeah, that's, oh yeah, the elevator music. So, it's got like, it's a real-time, it's like RimWorld, basically. It's like real-time in terms of like moment-to-moment gameplay. I think you assign people tasks. I'm not sure how advanced it goes. There's a lot left to flesh out. But when you're in normal gameplay mode, it plays this feels like Star Wars, very Star Wars music. And when you go on pause, it's like pause and you can still do orders and all that stuff. When you're in that pause menu or building or whatever, it goes to that elevator music. I almost wish there was a way to disable it. But if you like the elevator music, it's gonna play every time you're paused. So, which in a game like that for me is a lot. Nice, comforting elevator music. So, yeah. You know what I just realized, too? This evening, like, shortly before stream, is this might be my last Baldur's Gate 3 stream for a while. I don't know. But I got the version of Starfield that allows the early access unlock, the few days early access unlock, and I realized that's gonna unlock next Thursday, a week from today, at 5 p.m. my time. It's gonna unlock like 2.5 hours before I stream. So, if I'm able to access the download prior to launch, I might end up streaming that night. I don't know. We're gonna have to see. But I'm pretty sure, as much as I'm enjoying Baldur's Gate, I'm pretty sure the second Starfield is in a playable state. That's what I'm going to be playing. Unless it's a complete horrendous mess, in which case I may end up back to Baldur's Gate sooner rather than later. But by all accounts, what it's looking like, at least what it seems like it's going to be like, is Bethesda supposedly has really put in a little bit of effort this time to not launch it in complete rough shit state. We'll see if that ends up being true. But supposedly, they've taken extra time to polish it and make sure it's not a complete mess when it launches. Like, unlike most of their main titles, so. Check X, formerly known as Twitter. Oh my god, Evie, did you make a video already? Alright. You made a video while I was streaming? Let me see. I could be making assumptions. Indeed you did, but it was only a 3-second video. Alright. I was thinking, like, did she somehow do, like, a 5-minute review on her Cauldron? Like you did last week? It's like, it'd start becoming, like, a normal feature of Game Lawyer streams. There's gonna be, like, 5 to 7 minutes allotted to the latest major purchase from Eevee. Although the flip phone is a pretty major purchase. The $5 Cauldron, maybe not quite as major a purchase. Alright, let's just show it off for a second, though. There it is. Eevee's Hocus Pocus $5 Cauldron. Very cool. And yes, just in time for Halloween. So, good deal. 3 seconds is a great length for a video. Learn from Eevee. Do you think my streams should only be 3 seconds, Brad? Is that what you're saying? Alright, so yeah, that's the big excitement. That was my big excitement. It's not like big, it's public knowledge, but the fact that it just struck me today, that 1 week from today, Starfield is going to be available to play. The only thing I'm a little nervous about is I bought it on... Which site I bought on a third-party site that's a legit authorized Steam key seller. I think it was Gamersgate. They made the name up before the whole, thing happened. But they had the biggest sale on the deluxe edition that has, as far as I'm aware, that has yet been available. It was like $80 still. It still wasn't like super cheap. But It's like $20 cheaper than the deluxe edition is going for. So, you think Starfield has about a 1% chance of being better than Baldur's Gate 3? They're so different, though. I don't really know. I don't really know. Because I think, like, Baldur's Gate 3 is awesome, but I think about, say, comparing it to Skyrim. I can't compare, like, take aside from Skyrim launching and having, you know, it had issues when it launched, and it was considered rough when it launched, too. But if you just take the actual game, like, when it's working, or when it got, you know, patched up or whatever of Skyrim, and, it'd be hard for me to put that next to Baldur's Gate and say Baldur's Gate is better. Although, clearly, in some ways, it is. But it's a completely different kind of experience. So... And hello, Mega Eevee 7? The other Eevee of the internet. That comes in here anyways. Bad news, though. You got a sinus infection, had to go to the doctor for antibiotics. There's so much is happening in the world of Eevee. You got cauldrons, chiropractors, sinus infections, antibiotics. What a wild ride. What a wild life you lead, Eevee. I'm sorry you had a sinus infection. I'm glad you got some antibiotics, because that's what makes infections go away, hopefully. So, hopefully you're feeling better. Yeah, Eevee's world is chock full of events lately. Including the flip phone and, you know, all the stuff. I don't think there's any, aside from being excited about Starfield, playing Jump Light Odyssey, trying that out, and still playing Baldur's Gate. But we'll see. I've still been watching Star Trek Discovery, Brad. I'm probably about halfway through season 2. Still enjoying it. Although I'm getting pressure from my wife to get back into watching Doctor Who again, because I didn't watch like the last 3 or 4 seasons. And at our Comic-Con next month, the current Doctor is going to be there, and I've never even seen her. I've never seen her as the Doctor. Never watched any of those. And then also some of my favorite characters from the one seasons I did watch are going to be there. Amy and Rory Pond and what's her River Song? I don't know if you guys know Doctor Who, but the Ponds and their River Song, their daughter, is going to be at our Comic-Con. I absolutely love those characters. You can't get with Doctor Who. I bounced off of Doctor Who several times, and it was finally someone who basically convinced me to just watch the whole first season. And they said, and I can admit, I think you could still watch the whole first season and not be on board. But you get about halfway through the first season, and you're gonna see that it's like there's more going on than you saw in the first couple episodes. There's more depth, there's a little more going on to it. You start to see that. And so for us, that was enough to keep us watching. And then the more we watched, the more we were into it, until, you know, by season 5 or something, we're sobbing emotionally with every episode, just totally emotionally invested. You think it's legit bad? I think that's subjective. I think there's plenty about it that looks absurd. That's not like pro-polished. The acting and the writing and everything else. It's a goofy fucking show, and it's but I think there might be a lot of people that would that might disagree that it's like legit bad in a bad way. But I don't know. Honestly, the litmus test for me was that I was thoroughly engrossed in several of the seasons, completely on board. And if any show that can do that for me, I have a hard time saying that it's objectively a bad show. Because it was successful in doing that. Somehow it's been successful in doing that for tens of millions of people. So there's got to be something to it. Even if it, you know, you could look by certain standards, comparing it to other movies, you know. Oscar-worthy performances from other movies, saying like it's not good. That's bad. Oh my god, Mega EV7's playing Pokemon. Alright, awesome. You think the modern iterations have really leaned into the goofiness? And that's fine, but it's not for you. I never really watched the old versions of it. Amanda did. Amanda's basically watched everything that's available, because the BBC, I think, taped over 75% of the old shows. The BBC used to do that. They had all their shows, and they were like cheapskates. So they would just like record over on the film when they're making new shows and just be like, oh yeah, it's just like recyclable garbage anyways. And there's something to the Big Bang Theory. There were times when I liked the Big Bang Theory. It still was somewhat of a formulaic sitcom. But again, I can even say stuff that I don't like, but that there are people that are passionately like involved with it. The show, anything that can do that is doing something effectively. It may not touch everybody, and other people might look at the same thing and go, oh, that's some stupid shit for dumb people. And that's why so many people like it, because people are dumb. You know, that's probably how Brad feels. Brad's like, the only reason it's so successful is because people are stupid. So they like Big Bang Theory. All baseball, all night long, baby. Tell you what's good about 3.5 Men? Was that the one with Charlie Sheen? I never watched that show at all. And hey, Maxie. Yeah, Big Bang was great before they all got married, then it got stupid. I watched the first few seasons of Big Bang and I was into it. Now, what I could see happening is like all the setup for that show that made it good, like nerds that are desperate to get laid but can't. As soon as they all hook up and start getting married, that whole dynamic, that whole part of the formula of the show is done. And so a lot of what they leaned on to make the show, the ingredients that made the show were just like evaporated at that point. So I could understand how that would screw up the formula and make it a little bit like, so what are we doing now? Now that everyone's married and they're getting some. You're gonna beat Shield and transfer Shield Dogo to Scarlet. And now you got bad news. Chem's died. Well, Mega EV7, I'm very sorry that happened. Thank you for keeping us appraised of the situation. The blow-by-blows for what's happening in your Pokemon game. You know what you should do? You should be a streamer, dude. That way everyone could see it happening in real time. You wouldn't even have to type what's happening. You just stream it. And then, like, and then I could stream your stream. So we'd be sitting here, which I wouldn't do all the time. But I've done it in the past. I did it with CPG before. Where I sat there and I put the CPG screen in the background. You know? It's something to do with the Pokemons, Brad. Don't you know any of the Pokemon? I bet EV23 knows all the shit he's talking about. Eevee doesn't know either? I don't know, maybe he's making shit up now. Oh wait, you're not talking about Pokemons anymore. You're talking about, what is that, is that the Doge dog? That dog? I don't know. If it's not the Doge dog, I don't know any other meme dogs. The Bonk dog? I don't think I know the Bonk dog. Unless it's the Dogecoin dog. Is that the dog? Yeah? Probably a different dog. Well, I'm sorry that the dog died too. Man, what an evening we're having. There's so much happening tonight. Including... Just listen to that music. Including the baseball that we all crave. But that is sadly not going to occur. But we can enjoy the music and the spirit of baseball on the welcome screen. You not sorry, Maxie? Aren't you a little bit sorry? I mean, dog can't help if it's a meme. It's a dog, probably a good dog. Or even it's a bad dog. It's dead. That's sad. There's a little something sad whenever a dog dies. It's like when an angel gets its wing. It's a good thing. But when a dog dies, it's a bad thing. Unless, I don't know. I guess if there's a real asshole dog. I suppose there are some real asshole dogs where if it died, it's like, maybe it's for the best. Brad barely has the emotional bandwidth to feel anything about, something about my life or life. It's covered by the heart. Okay, by my life. Okay, there we go. Okay, Doge dog. That was Doge. I didn't know the term bonk. So it was the Doge dog. All right, we all know the Doge dog, right? So, yeah. Yeah, it, like, can I make it go away, please? I never use it. It should be someplace else. Let's see, toggle moderation activity, toggle timestamps, participants competing. Nope, it's absolutely not a feature I can get rid of. I can't right-click it, make it go away. All I can do is click it, go, 100%, party. Okay, I'm making that happen now. And then I can't read the last word on every time the line comes up. There it is. So somebody's having a party right now. Somebody's making faces right now. I mean, that's great that that's a function that's there, but can I move it, please, somewhere else? Move it to the top corner instead of the bottom corner. All right. That's enough. That's enough ranting. That was you. All right, EB22. It's the things coming up are cool. I like that. It's just, why does the damn icon got to be right there? It's obnoxious. Where's CPG? I bet he could fix this for us. You tell him to stop worrying about pedestrian bike lanes or whatever social important thing that he thinks important. What we need to get on is this heart emoji covering a word every now and then. That's what we should target him on. I thought he still worked for Google though. Didn't he still work for Google? I wasn't aware that he had stopped working for Google. Did that happen? Anyways, you can catch up. Yeah, he does work for Google. Yeah. Well, I still feel like as someone that works for Google, he could still make things happen for us if he really wanted to. Take me out to the long game. Take me out to the crowd. That he doesn't work for Linus? From Linus Tech? That one? I haven't been paying attention to that, aside from it seems like it's all falling apart. I don't know why. Things are going great. Alright, maybe they are going great. Maybe he's selling and he's going to be rich. I don't know. I saw a video about it. I think I might have started playing it the other night when I was going to sleep, and then I didn't watch. I fell asleep. I know I've almost watched videos about what the fuck's going on with him. He's already rich, so he's probably fine. Yeah. So. What am I gonna do? I was about to do something, then I forgot. I swear I'm full of that tonight. Full of about to say or do something and then forgetting what it was gonna be. I was gonna do something. Like I was gonna open up a window. Oh yeah, I remember now. I don't know if this guy is here. But there's another lawyer who's trying to break into the old YouTube/game streaming situation. And I have not had time. He's reached out to me in a couple venues, and I haven't had time to write it back yet. And I'm just gonna say his name on here, so in case he happened to be one of the 3 lurkers, that he would know that I'm not ignoring him. But enough time has passed that he's probably already thinking I'm ignoring him. Or if he watches this later and he happens to get 30 minutes into the stream, he'll realize I'm not ignoring him. Why aren't I as successful as Legal Eagle? I could list off a number of reasons right off the top of my head if I felt like focusing on it. I think one of the okay, so he's handsome. He actually provides educational and entertaining content. that people are like wide audiences are interested in hearing. He actually is this. He's good at marketing and creating like well-produced content and well marketing himself well. And he's clearly business savvy, and he has integrated that into his channel. So these are all things that I don't do. I'm just like, I'm gonna play a game now and I push the button and then the people can watch me. Really, the only reason I think I got audience is because I was hanging out in YouTube with when it was like, it was really easy to get to know other streamers who had audiences, and everyone was rating each other all the time. So I got exposed to a few handful of weirdos who actually liked my stuff, and they stuck around for the last 8 years. That's my secret. Have a bunch of random people thrown at you. You have thousands of people thrown at your stream by other actually successful streamers. And then the 10 weirdos who actually like your stuff will stick around, and then that's my secret. And then that's the reason I keep streaming, because the 10 weirdos keep coming back. That's my secret of my streaming success. That's true, you didn't find me through a raid. You're like the one person. You're like my one regular that didn't just like come in on a kingdom raid or a dojo raid and be like, where is this guy? It was pre-webcam, so nobody knew what the person on the other side looked like. You're quirky. Alright, I apologize. All the weirdos and then the one quirky guy. How's that? Is that better if I reframe it that way? Let me see. Where did this guy reach out to me? I just want to say his name now. And where the hell did he reach out to me? Alright. It's one of these stupid things. But can't even look. Okay. You were on my page for you page. What? You didn't come on a raid? What do you mean you were on my page for you page? I don't know what that means. Alright, so... But don't you think that all of you... I mean, Brad's demented, Mega Eevee's quirky. Don't you think that I could all just put you under the umbrella of weirdos? I mean, that's why I think we're all weirdos here. All of us. We could be all different types of weirdos. We could be quirky weirdos, demented weirdos. Nick, what kind of weirdo would you be if I had to classify you as a weirdo? What subcategory of weirdo would you be, Nick? And by the way, good evening, Nick. Oh wait, I think he also tried to friend me on Steam. Because he contacted me at Discord, but it's one of those things where they don't show you the whole name, and I don't know why the hell they started doing that. But now I actually can't even look at his damn name. Well, what this guy did was... his name is Hirschberger. Na 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 na. D Hirschberger 04. There it is. Here, I'm gonna accept his friend request too. He can now join one of the few, the proud D Hirschberger. So D Hirschberger, if you're here, just know that I'm not ignoring you. I'm just a busy guy. I work and I ignore social media until I'm on stream, and then I marginally pay attention to it. Let's see. Oh, Nick is a tabletop gaming weirdo. That's fair. That's good. That's fair. And Evie's the anime weirdo. I accept that. That's good. Oh, so just a man. October is coming. You just found me out of the blue. Okay, so not everybody, but I think maybe the only reason some of you later stragglers found me was because YouTube already thought I was maybe established because of all the weirdos, because of all the raids that I got in 2016, and those few weirdos that hung around. YouTube is like, maybe we'll recommend this shit. Apparently somebody likes him. So then they're like, it's the sort of algorithm where if YouTube's algorithm thinks that you might be kind of like a weirdo of some kind, they'll occasionally throw up my stream, be like, hey, there's some weirdo. This guy might be a weirdo based on the other videos that he watches. So maybe he'll like the Game & Lawyer stream. Game & Lawyer stream! We're 36 minutes in and nary a game has been played. And he's got a Baldur's Gate 3 logo up, but he's playing baseball music in the background. That's exactly the kind of disjointed, nonsensical content you can expect on the Game & Lawyer channel, yo weirdos! That would be like the promo for the channel. Hey, weirdos! I'd have to be really shouty and say the word weirdo a lot. But wait, can't you just be a creepy weirdo, just a man? Can't you just be a creep as a subset of weirdo? That's what we're trying to be very inclusive here, to bring everybody in. I guess we could also be trying to force everybody into one label for my convenience. G-Law 2.0. It's that time of year? Wait, Nick, is it your birthday? Is that the kind of year it is? Trying to friend a stranger on Steam is like stalking behavior? Nah, he basically said his name. He's an attorney who's thinking about starting a YouTube channel with friends about games, sports, and actually, I think he's actually wants to discuss law. So he probably, yes, I'm an attorney, but I'm the wrong person about that, because I don't talk about law on my channel. I got disclaimers all over my social media saying I don't want to talk to you about your legal problems or give you any legal advice. You'll be 40 on Monday? Oh yeah, I think you mentioned 40 was coming. Nick, how'd this even happen? I thought you were like 30. What the hell, Nick? What are you doing? We talked about this last time, but I was like, you're probably just as mystified by it, but you're probably more mystified about it than I am. Nick's not supposed to be turning 40. What's gonna happen next? We're gonna find out EV23's turning 30 or something? Jeesh. Hey, Xeno XP. Don't be sorry for not being around. I've got so many streamer friends that I haven't been in their streams for years. I don't feel bad. I'd still show up and be like, hey, what's up? It's me, remember? And then, you know, they may or may not be happy to see me based on that. You were 30. You won't be in your 30s. Well, you're still in your 30s right now. Just like, somehow in my head, I've already sort of like, I'm mentally already like, yeah, I'm 50. But there's still this last sort of like, I'm still in my 40s. I've been in my 40s for a long time. Okay, so let's see. He was wondering if I have free time to discuss how I started my channel and any issues I've come across. So he said he never tried anything like this before, and he found my channel after searching attorney gaming on YouTube. So probably he found a couple people. But the actual video game lawyer doesn't actually play any games on his channel. 31 years old, Evie. Evie20, you're gonna have to change your username to Evie31. Don't confuse me like this. You're supposed to be 23. And just always be 23, Evie. What the heck are you doing turning 31? I wonder if you found out about Walter the Hobo Vampire? Wait, why is it a trip for Tijuana? What are you talking about? 25, but going on 26 in November. Mega Eevee, I'm perfectly content with you being 25. That doesn't shock me, because I'm not used to thinking of it about you being a certain age. Unless, like, you were 7 when you came in here, you're like, I'm Mega Eevee 7. And then I would have been like, I don't want 7-year-olds in here. Just pretend you're not 7. It's a violation of the terms of use. You shouldn't be 7. Get the hell... That'd be, but if I was used to thinking of you as a significantly younger age, and then you're like turning 26 in November, and I'd be like, what? The 7 is your lucky number. Okay. Well, the thing is I haven't known you for 18 years. I haven't been on, I've been on YouTube for, no, YouTube hasn't been around for 18 years. I don't think. Actually, yeah, it probably was, but no one knew about it in 2005. It's 18 years. I think I didn't learn about YouTube till 2006. So, getting close. So I've been on YouTube just as an individual for almost 18 years. Let's see, so what else? What else? I got all sidetracked looking up this guy's stuff. Talking about the guy. The guy! Who I just added. I already closed the screen. I've already forgotten what his name is. That's the first thing he'll learn is I'm never going to remember his name, ever. Okay. Nothing personal. Right, Xeno XP? Well, I'm just like, hey, it's Xeno! What's up, buddy? What's up, buddy? Internal monologue. Oh, who's Xeno? He must have had a different name when he came in here. What is it? Is that Eeriest Owl? Who's Xeno XP? Alright. So, let's do this. We're gonna get into the game, because there's no reason why I shouldn't be in the game. Yeah, you forgot UK has bad internet connection right now. Well, I'm sorry about that. No new sexy time has been happening with my companions. Let me see. Is there anyone else that I've had to, like, turn away? I want to say somebody else came on to me a little bit, and I had to be like, hey, settle down, Tiger. Oh, yeah, the druid. Probably the one you can have the bear scene with. I think I accidentally... I was posed with like 3 different dialogue choices, and the only one that wasn't flat out offensive was mildly flirtatious. So I've kind of had to been cooling him off ever since. No, I'm gonna avoid the whole thing with the bear. Oh wait, holy crap! All right, do I have the torn on here, Nick? I almost completely forgot about this. Here, Nick. It's going to be your birthday before the next stream. So, and I don't want to say I'm going to cancel. It'd be a weird time for me to stream, but since Starfield's coming out next week, there could be complications. There could be complications. I could be like obsessed with making it work or some shit. I suppose I could do that on stream. Do I want to be streaming Starfield the first time I play it? I don't know. These are all questions I need to consider. But Nick, let's get this going for you. Let's go. This is, well, I do the introduction right in the video, so. Hold on.
This one goes out to Nick C.
Where is it?
Who said he had to have this in his life.
There it is.
Thought I saw a man brought to life. He was warm, he came around, and he was dignified. He showed me what it was to cry. Well, you couldn't be that man I adore. Don't seem to know, seem to care what your heart is for. Well, I don't know him anymore. There's nothing where he used to lie. The conversation has run dry. That's what's going on. There's nothing's fine, I'm torn. I'm all out of faith. This is how I feel. I'm cold and I'm ashamed, lying naked on the floor. Illusions never changed into something real. I'm wide awake and I can see the perfect sky is torn. You're a little late, I'm already torn. Nixie, happy birthday, buddy. Happy 40, good lord. So I guess the fortune teller's right. I should have seen just what was there and not some holy light. But you crawled beneath my veins and now I don't care, I have no luck. I don't miss it all that much.
Now you're not going to care so much that you're turning old on Monday.
That I can't touch, I'm torn. I'm all out of faith. This is how I feel. I'm cold and I'm ashamed, lying naked on the floor. Illusions never changed into something real. I'm wide awake and I can see the perfect sky is torn. You're a little late, I'm already torn. Torn. Such deep lyrics. You're right, Brad. There's a depth of emotion here. There's nothing where you used to lie. My inspiration has run dry. That's what's going on. There's nothing right, I'm torn. I'm all out of faith. This is how I feel. I'm cold and I'm ashamed, lying naked on the floor. Illusions never changed into something real. I'm wide awake and I can see the perfect sky is torn. I'm all out of faith. This is how I feel. Cold and I'm ashamed, bound and broken on the floor. Listen to that, Brad. Bound and broken on the floor. You're a little late, I'm already torn. Torn. There we go. Something. I think I was holding it pretty well together until there. All right, Nick C. I joked about doing this, and then I mentioned the joke publicly, and you said it was a thing you had to have in your life, and now it is. There it is, Nick. Happy 40th birthday, Nick. I hope this was a gift that was worthy of ushering you into your next decade of life. Now it's time to kill Nick in XCOM. Yeah. I don't have that video up anymore. Okay. 45 seconds of gameplay. You got it, Nick. You got it, man. You got it, buddy. Happy almost 40th. It's not every day a young man turns 40. Stops being a young man. I think 40 is when I can't call you a young man anymore. Because I always, every time you come in, I'm like, Nick, young man, please have a seat. Yeah, the salute to the fallen. XCOM. That's right. Yeah, 3G Law singing. And, now, one important thing got overlooked during that performance. And that was that, apparently Excite Bike 64 is coming to the Nintendo Switch Online. Doesn't impact my life at all, but I'm sure that's very exciting for people that like Excite Bike 64 and also who have Nintendo Switch. So maybe other Evie will be excited about that. And Starfield, yeah, just a man that's going to make you a hermit. I see Zeno says same thing. Looking for Starfield. So yeah, for those of you who just came in, that was one of the points that when I was doing my 30-minute how you doing this week talk, that I realized it wasn't until today
that I actually looked at the calendar, figured out exactly when the early unlock is, which I should be getting. I bought it from a third-party site that hasn't given me the key yet, but I should have the key by then. And it's unlocking a week from tonight. It's unlocking next Thursday at 5 p.m. Pacific, which is like 2.5 hours before I stream. So it's like launching basically right going into next Thursday night stream. XCOM? What? It's on the Switch, okay. You've already got it pre-downloaded? I can't download it yet, because I bought it on sale from Gamersgate. And they assure, and I've been buying from Gamersgate for like over 10 years. So they're legit. It's not like G2A or one of those other sites. It's a legit authorized Steam's key seller. But because I didn't buy it on Steam, they're like, I guess they're not going to have the keys to give away until, but I think they said that their keys are going to be available like on the 27th or something. Like I should have it well in time to like pre-download it. Hopefully there's not a 150 gigabyte day one patch that's going to screw everything up when it launches. Which, well, if it's needed, it's needed. But, you know, whatever. It could mess up my plans. Your hubby's excited for it too. I think everyone's excited for it, except, you know, I think Baldur's Gate 3 did rain a little bit on their hype parade, though. I will say that much. Glad that Bethesda's launching a new IP, though. Major studios are awfully reluctant to do that these days. And yeah, I mean, and I believe Todd Howard when he said this, is that this is actually an IP they wanted to launch since before they got their hands on the Fallout franchise. It's something he's wanted to do for a long time. You're into science fiction and just will fill a hole. Yeah, no, I feel the same way. Honestly, I've been craving a game like Starfield, and I even have like steered myself away from stuff like I got kind of an itch to play No Man's Sky again. But I'm like, no, I'm gonna keep playing Baldur's Gate. This is gonna be my game until Starfield comes out. And whatever accumulated itch that I have for like a sci-fi type game, and I want a game where it's like, you know, sort of the first third-person immersive world where you're in a ship traveling around doing role-playing shit. So it's like, I'm very specifically looking forward to the Bethesda style of game, and I'm very exactly looking forward to what Starfield is purporting to be. So I'm very excited about that. There are a lot of people skeptical about Starfield in particular, and Bethesda in general these days for decent reasons. I don't disagree with you, Brad. Yeah, no, I think there are definitely Bethesda's given us reasons to be skeptical whenever they launch something. Even Skyrim launched in kind of rough state, but it was good enough that like people could tell it was a good game at least. As opposed to Fallout 76. When that came out, it was like no one was like, it's a diamond in the rough. They're like, no, that game is like, why did they even bother? But of course that was not their studio exactly, but it's still like, you know, sort of their fault. There's a lot of risk for this channel in Starfield. I might just fly around in space and do literally nothing for hours. Isn't that the kind of content that you guys come to this channel for anyways? At least you used to. I've started like actually doing shit in some games. Skyrim in space sounds fine. Yeah. I mean, I think that there may be some components of it, like the same way that everyone was super hyped for No Man's Sky. And granted, No Man's Sky is a much better game now than it was, but I think there's just an essential... the essential quality of what No Man's Sky is that just is not a game everyone's gonna dig. Open world, sandbox, procedurally generated content. And I think there might be certain components about Starfield where people have hyped it up so big, and then when they get in and actually play it, they're gonna be like, oh, like, my life is not completely different now. It's like, sort of like, it's just another game, but it's like it's a space theme, you know? But, I don't know. So, I think at the very least, there's probably going to be some, like, even if a game launches in good state, there's going to be some people going like, oh, I mean, even if it's exactly what's advertised, it's not necessarily people going to be flying out of their chairs, you know, or maybe it will be, who knows. Skyrim, I think Skyrim is the biggest example of like probably their most successful game in terms of it came out, and Skyrim really did impress the shit out of a lot of people from launch, even though it was rough. People were like, holy fuck, this is like something special. I'm hoping Starfield is the same way. It certainly looks like it could be another launch it that way. Let's see, Bethesda Game Studios specifically only screwed up a total of 4 or 5 games out of like 16. Plus they won a lot of Game of the Year titles. Yeah, I mean, the thing that they've been famous for is launching games in a rough state that kind of don't work at launch, and then they get fixed up in their own subsequent patches and by community patches. And there's plenty of people that say like, well, if you have to patch it, if you need mods to make it work, then it's shit. I don't necessarily agree with that. But I also sometimes I'm like, hey, you know, you shouldn't rely on the modders to fix your shit. Not the free-to-play Skyrim. Skyrim got Game of the Year regardless. And I think Skyrim is a great game. Skyrim is one of my favorite games of all time. And I didn't get Skyrim right away. I was a little poor back then, so A, waited for it to get cheaper, and B, you know, historically, same thing with Fallout 4. Historically, it's like, I'll wait on Bethesda games because by the time communities fix the problems, it'll be cheaper. All right, so let's see what just happened. We all just hit 6th level at the end of my last session, and I leveled everybody up. Thandros, I leveled him as a paladin. Shadowheart, I did actually respec Shadowheart as a Tempest domain cleric, because she was like the deception or whatever type of cleric, and I never used any of her special abilities. I figure if you want a kind of a wicked type of cleric, Tempest domain is kind of gonna fuck some shit up. So, but now she has access to other martial weapons. But I do like the flail. Honestly, I agree. The flail is kind of badass. And the flail is it's a corrosive flail. So, let's see. Tenacity. When you miss an attack, you still deal 3 bludgeoning damage anyway. So that's actually pretty good. I might keep her with that, even though since I respect her, the Tempest class does have access to full to martial weapons in general. But that was the thing I was going to do, is I've been hoarding a lot of extra weapons that my other characters don't use, and I'm gonna have her look in the party chest and see if there's any super badass weapon that she should be using instead of that. But that's a pretty badass weapon. Can you KO your party members so that they don't like you as much? I don't think that's a thing so much. No. They can die in battle, but the reason they won't like you isn't because of something that happened in battle. The reason they won't like you is because they have values and desires for things to go a certain way, and decisions that you make may or may not align with those values. So if you're making constantly decisions that, like, there's the rogue in our group, he's kind of a prick. And every time I do something nice for somebody, it says Astarion disapproves. And it's like, well, fuck you, Astarion. You know, I don't care if you disapprove. Go unlock that chest, bitch. You got a job to do. And you're giving me your opinion is not one of them. So, you know, whatever. I think if I do another playthrough, I'm probably going to make a character to replace Astarion. Is Baldur's Gate 3 worth getting? If you're remotely into this kind of game, then yes. I won't say unqualified that Baldur's Gate is the game that everybody should get. Because as great as it is, like, this is easily one of the best CPRGs of all time, of its kind. Again, like, if you can't really compare it to something like Skyrim, because it's a very different game experience. And so it could be the best made CRPG in the world that does tactical turn-based combat, and you might hate it because you just don't like that kind of game. But if you're remotely into this kind of game, if you're into tabletop Dungeons and Dragons, it's a very faithful as far as video games go. It's a very faithful reproduction of that. And I just found out about mods that, Nick, if you looked into mods in this yet, they got mods, like, you can add, like, tons of the subclasses that aren't in the game. It adds back a bunch of the spells that aren't in the game. It adds a ton of stuff that is in 5th edition that wasn't made into this game. So, like, for people who are into modding, to me, I'm not up to the point where I want to mod it. But, anyways. And, oh my god, what's that bright light? Stars bursting into the room. Hold on a sec. What is that? Oh my god, it's Ava! Ava with the box of shiny stars. How you doing, Ava? Nobody panic. It's Ava. I thought I was having some sort of an event. It's causing me to see flashing lights, but it was just Ava. All right, don't panic, Brad. Oh yeah, you can panic out of excitement. That's true. I have not considered modding at all yet, Nick. It's just like after work I was having my post-work pre-stream crash and a video just popped up on my feed on my phone and it was like kick-ass mods, more kick-ass, so I don't know what other ones, but it's like more kick-ass mods for Baldur's Gate, and I was just like, oh, I'm curious what people are adding. And I think I don't know. I'm a little worried because they're still very actively updating the game, like that their patches may end up conflicting with mods. That's another reason why this early on, I don't necessarily want to be like, yeah, I'm gonna mod the shit out of it. But it looks like whatever you might think of when you think, man, I wish like it had this stuff from 5th edition. It kind of sucks that it doesn't have this, or it doesn't have this subclass, or it doesn't have this spell that I thought it should have, or whatever. The modding community probably is going to have you covered on a lot of that stuff. If it's something in 5e that you're like, I wish they put in this game, modders are probably going to do it. If it can work. Not everything would translate well to a game, to this format of game. CRPG just is this computer role-playing game, and it's everything is like genre-wise it's just it's sort of up to agreement of what people define it as. But CRPG, what people mean when they say CRPG, because technically you could say Skyrim is a role-playing game that you can play on a computer. Games that are called CRPGs are also like Divinity: Original Sin. You can play that on a console too. It's not just on a computer. But it's going back to the very beginning, like the Ultima games, the original Baldur's Gate games, the original Gold Box games, all these games that have sort of like this tactical, it almost like they're attempting to be like traditional tabletop pen and paper role-playing games that are translated to be played on a computer. That is sort of, I think, the theme of when someone says CRPG, that's sort of what it means most of the time, what they're trying to convey. And so this is, a direct lineage of that. Pillars of Eternity. Trying to think. I know that Pillars of Eternity and Divinity: Original Sin were really the big ones for the last few years. And this is basically the crown pinnacle of that. Like, I have a hard time flat out saying it's the best CRPG ever made, because I think there's some things to be said that were very special about some of the aspects and storytelling of some of the older games, like the older Baldur's Gate games, the Planescape Torment, which is also by BioWare, had some very special setting, very special storytelling that does, it does some special things that are completely its own thing that this game is not doing. So in that sense, I hesitate to just flat out say it's the best CRPG ever made. But it very well, I wouldn't say that it's not the best CRPG ever made. It's a cyborg. Yeah, of course, it's a cyborg role-playing game. That makes perfect sense. It's a big, the kids are loving the cyborgs. They love it. Let me see what I'm saying. What I missed here. And Ava, you doing okay? Thank you. Glad to hear that. Everyone's doing rough today, Ava. So You know, it's nice at least that you're just doing just okay. That's okay. That's pretty high on the litmus test at this point. Like, yeah, everyone's got shit going on. I'm doing okay too. I can't really complain. Mega EV7 is good also. So yeah, that's good. A Pirate 101 or Wizard 101. I actually tried out Wizard 101 like, I don't know, 10, 15 years. What? It's a free to play MMO RPG that feels a little bit like it's got like almost a Harry Potter vibe, but it's not like Hogwarts. It's in a whole fantasy world. Very specifically targeted for children, made to be child safe, but with the good quality games in their own right, though. But definitely targeted for children, like very, very targeted for children. Doesn't mean you got to be a child to enjoy it. I was testing it out a little bit. I was like in my 40s trying it, and like, that's kind of cool, but it just wasn't. I guess it was one of those games that made me feel weird playing it. And then I worked with somebody and his kid played it. And then I always felt a little creepy when I would talk to him about it. Like, oh yeah, I'll tell my son that you play Pirate, his 8-year-old son or whatever. I'll tell my son that you play Wizard 101. And then I'm like, it's weird. Maybe you shouldn't tell him that. I don't really play it. I just checked it out and thought it would look cool. Oh god, food poisoning. All right, so Ava was just giving us the polite gloss over thing that you say when someone says, "How you doing?" and you say, "Okay." I watched some whole video lately about a guy that said that's like people being fake. If someone asks, when they ask, "How you doing?" and you're actually having like a horrifically shit time, but you say, "I'm good. How are you?" and they say, "I'm good." Like, all right, well, see you later. And then that's it, right? I don't think that's lying at all. I think it's like, depends on your audience, who you're talking to, and what the context is. If you're having a shit day, certain people, they say, "How you doing?" You're going to collapse and tell them all about it. Other people, you just passing, like you just stopping at the water cooler at work, and you see the guy, you talk to about sports sometimes, and he asks, "How you doing?" You're not going to be like, "Sit down. My cousin died last night, and I saw it. I saw him right in front of me." It's like, you're not necessarily going to talk to everybody about everything. Some people, you're like, you know what? This guy doesn't need this thing to happen. It doesn't need his life to be involved in this story right now. Oh, you're okay now. Not great, but okay. Okay, good. So you are legit okay. You think of "Don't Fear the Reaper" as a Pipecock song? You're G-Law pilled? What? The Pipecock song came on your way home from work. I'm camping the other weekend. I'm getting all this context backwards. Brad's like, it was G-Law not understanding the context of anything again. It's true. Oh, Arcanum. I have Arcanum. I will play Wizardry instead of Starfield? Why? Why would I? I think I have Wizardry 8. I don't know if I played that since I've been streaming. Since you guys know me, I might have. I played Wizardry 8 sometime during the relatively modern era. Yeah, Planescape, I never played. I've had it forever. And it's on my to-do list. And I have like the, whatever like they relaunched, they sort of polished up and did all like the remastered or the special editions of the Baldur's Gates game and Planescape Torment, and I've got the new version of it too. I did. Thank you, Brad. I figured it out way quicker than usual. So, but anyway, so yeah, I've started thinking about trying multiclassing. Like I was thinking about multiclassing because some people say it can be good. It can at least be a strategy for Paladin. Because a lot of what they rely on is they have their special ability, which is the different smites that get attached to their melee attacks, and each time they cast it casts a spell slot, and the attribute that they use for that is charisma. So there are arguments to be made that dropping some sorcerer levels and multi-classing some sorcerer levels in the middle of your paladin will like amp up their spell slot count, which will allow them to like, you know, dramatically increase the number of times that they can use these smite attacks. But also the counter argument is like paladins have a pretty good progressions just as pure paladins, so that every time you spec out, you multi-class into something else, you're losing something special that the paladin would otherwise be getting. Clerics, pure casters, I feel like I'm very hesitant to multi-class them unless you're specifically going for a hybrid build. Pure casters, clerics, and wizards in particular, possibly sorcerers. Unless you want a hybrid class in your party, I think that these guys are like, they're at their best when they're pure all the way through what they are. Like, you're just going to miss out on stuff if you're on spell slots and higher level spells that make them as powerful as they can be if you're multi-classing them. Let's see. Planescape is really a good game. Hard to stream, though. Without voice acting, you have to do a lot of reading. That'd be a problem, too. Did I eat my smart beans today? Figuring out the BS too quickly? I don't know what happened today. Maybe I just, you know, I rested after work and got it. You know, I don't know what the hell's going on. I'm definitely not feeling quite as mentally lethargic as I do sometimes, but that could just mean I'm about 20 minutes from like a serious crash. So, and I'm drinking Mountain Dew a little bit. I got my Taco Bell today. Let's see. Cult of the Lamb looks good too. Yeah. I mean, it's a different kind of game, but Cult of the Lamb looks like an interesting game. You've been raging at missed Overwatch shots? I've been trying to play XCOM 2. And XCOM 2 is so like Overwatch because of all the ambush things that you set up. Because that's a huge difference between XCOM 1 and 2. Is XCOM 2 completely revamps the whole like thing about setting all your people up in stealth to ambush the enemy. And you're going to rely heavily on Overwatch to, like, if you do it right, if you set things up right, that initial ambush, when all the enemies, like, react to your being there and start panicking, your Overwatch can demolish stuff. But if your Overwatch is missing, yeah, I agree, it's painful. Yeah, I did eat all my Taco Bell, Brad. Amanda brought it exactly at noon, and I got my Mexican pizza and my bonus burritos, and yeah, I ate them all before stream. So that means probably after stream I'm gonna be hungry again, and I'll have to eat a factor meal or some kimchi. I've been like stupidly craving, like obsessed with kimchi for the last probably a couple months now, where I use it as like when I'm feeling hungry, because for some reason, maybe because I associate it with Korean barbecue, but for some reason the texture, the chew and consume kimchi, the texture and the flavor, it's a lot of salt, I'm sure, but it's like essentially as calorie neutral food. But it makes my brain think that I'm eating something like fatty and delicious. You wish you had kimchi? Is kimchi available for where you are? You just don't happen to have any now? Or is kimchi just not a thing that's around in your area? I don't really know where kimchi stands in China. Or if China's got their own various spins on it and you just don't have any. It's very available, you just don't have any. Okay. And Evie, you got Taco Bell yesterday. You told your hubby you wanted some because I always make you jealous. Well, one thing that I don't normally do is I don't eat it in front of you guys, but I am always talking about it every Thursday. Almost every Thursday I've got, you know, the evidence of the fact that I've had Taco Bell. Cult of the Lamb and Don't Starve crossed over with another G-Lord. What? You're hungry and hungover and there's no food within the range of your arms. That does sound pretty brutal. I can relate to that. Now, I pretty much like just go in my cycles. So now it's like I wake up in the morning, I get my Huel. I still love my Huel. I've been drinking the strawberry Huel, and then I add like about a cup of real frozen strawberries, and I add a real banana, and I add probably about a quarter cup of plain yogurt, and then the Huel powder, and then water, and 7 ice cubes, 6 to 7 ice cubes. And then I blend all that shit up. Oh my God. I've never gotten tired of it. I crave it. Huel. It's human fuel. Brad gives me shit. Well, Brad's not the only one that gives me shit. But, yeah, Maxie, I don't think... now, I don't add sugar to anything. But all that fruit has a lot of natural sugars, so, yeah. Huel is like it's not a protein powder exactly. It's like a meal replacement product. So the idea is like, if you substitute a meal with Huel, you're getting all of the nutritional requirement, all the like the calories, fat, carb, all the vitamins, all the stuff that you need for like your daily requirements for sustenance are satisfied. They systematically make it, and it's all like basically good ingredients, organic. It's like a lot of the foundation of it, I think, is based on quinoa, which is like a superfood, but it's mixed with other stuff. And so they've got like breakfast smoothie type things, and then they've got a bunch of savory Huels that are kind of like porridges, like curry flavors and chili flavors and things like that, which I was really into for a little while, but I really burnt out on those in a big way. But the breakfast smoothies I was doing protein smoothies for years before I discovered Huel, and then once I switched to Huel, I've been doing Huel, and that's every morning I have Huel. It's a bunch of ground up dirt and twigs and other assorted detritus, and G-Law eats it. You have a whole watermelon you need to cut up and freeze. I like watermelons. Huel is a happiness replacement product. Now, I'm going to admit, I'm sure... I know there's not everyone's into Huel who tries it. And if you have protein powders in general, a lot of the stuff that... protein powders will frequently have certain textures or whatever that maybe you're not into. Huel does have sort of there's a grainy texture to it. That I've just completely gotten used to. But I like the flavor. I like how it feels. I mean, that's the thing, too, is... I don't always make historically... I've been much better, but I don't always make the best health decisions in terms of what I eat. Now, I am pretty healthy this year. Starting this year, I've been very healthy, but I still allow myself to have like Taco Bell once a week. Like my wife, I call it my contractually obligated Taco Bell that I am entitled to have. But most of my meals have been like, I've been getting like meal delivery, health-centric meal delivery service since January. And that was another thing I realized this week. I was thinking about it, damn, I've been sticking with this. Exercising at least 3 times a week for at least an hour. I've been doing that since January. Consistently. Sometimes I exercise more. I was exercising more before, but I've sort of evened out. I'm doing 3 to 4 days a week. Usually about between an hour and an hour and a half each time. And I've been keeping with, most of my days are Huel for breakfast, and then these sort of pre-packaged, but fresh, not frozen, pre-packaged meals for lunch and dinner. And I've been doing that since January. And, yeah, I've been doing pretty good. Home cooked, it's got to be healthier than that mail order crap. But honestly, it depends on what you cook, really. Because the stuff that they're making it from, it's stuff that you could cook from home, honestly. But it's like the factory meals that I eat, they're very tied into like nutritionist evaluated foods. I was doing another service called Cook Unity that was more about just stuff that tasted good. And you could, if you were conscientious, make sure it was all healthy, but it wasn't all like super healthy. It was more like just about getting yummy food to you. And I've gone back to Factor, where basically whatever you order, it's going to be healthy. It's going to be balanced with like within certain like calorie ranges, within certain fat ranges. It's going to make sure that it's got like a decent balance of vegetables versus a lot of it's low carb too. There's a lot of like keto. There's a keto leaning in Factor, but it's not all keto. But a lot of times the stuff that they'll make their rice is actually like cauliflower based rice. But honestly, the way they present it, you almost don't know that it is. So I would dispute the fact that like something like Factor, because Factor's also, it's prepped and it's packaged, and then it's like delivered to your door in a cooled container box. It's literally never frozen, so it doesn't have all those preservatives. It's not like TV dinners and stuff like that. It's pretty healthy. Honestly, it's pretty healthy. And I'll be honest, it's a lot healthier than usually what we cook when we do our own cooking. But obviously when you do your own cooking, you can very much control what you're buying and what you're preparing. So it really all depends on what are you buying and what are you preparing. When you have total control and you know what you're doing, you can eat very healthy with home cooking. But home cooking can also be some of the most unhealthy shit in the universe. I highly endorse. The only thing that I think Factor is not healthy for is, financially. It's not necessarily like, I'm thinking, eventually I'm going to have to probably change, not do Factor, or find other ways of doing it. But for me, it's made all the difference, because if I was left to having to cook at home, I just learned that, like, I'd rather just do the easy shit. I'll just raid the cupboard for whatever I can eat the most conveniently, and generally that ends up being some very unhealthy shit. Or I would get crazy, like, ordering Uber Eats and stuff all the time. So the decisions that I made were always like, I would always defer to what's easy as opposed to what's healthy. And so the reason this works for me right now is that I've been able to, through this service, I've been able to synthesize those two things. It is extremely easy. It takes 2.5 minutes in a microwave to heat up these meals. You get the fork out, you go poke, throw it, 2 minutes, 30 seconds, boom, it's out, you eat it, and it's delicious, and it's healthy. So, sorry, I just went on a whole, like, thing, but I'm very much endorse Factor. Like, it's a really good service. I did jump away from it because it does feel a little samey to some extent, because 75% of the meals are a chicken breast with some sort of veg and some sort of a sauce. And usually all this stuff is very tasty. It's very good, but it just ends up being like feeling very like samey after a while. Ground up orphans. No, that's not correct. Okay, let me look at this stuff. I've got Huel Stockholm Syndrome. It's possible. I love the grit and the grain. But you know what? Huel is very much, some of the texture of Huel is what I would imagine bone meal to be like on a good day. Can't remember what bone meal tastes like. Well, I think Nick's got some notes about it. I'm sure he could be able to remind us. And, okay, so how much is it? Once you get past promotional, it's about $12 a meal. So now here's the thing is, like, people would say it's worth doing for people that are going to be like ordering delivery all the time, or the people that would be getting restaurant food all the time. It's cheaper than that. It's definitely cheaper than that. In terms of at-home options, it's not like super affordable compared to buying your own food or groceries, or even like if you do something like Blue Apron or these different services where they send you the ingredients, but you still got to spend like a couple hours prepping food every week. Those you can get for $3 or $4 a meal. So, but these are, I mean, in some sense, you sort of get what you pay for. These are like, people have prepped the meals almost like restaurant quality meals, and packaged it there's packaged it fresh and put it to your door. So there's a reason it costs that much. It's just what you're actually, the other ways you could feed yourself it may not make sense for you financially to do it. For me, it's made sense because it's what like I recognized I needed that I hadn't been doing before. Where it's like we buy the ingredients to prep for meals for the beginning of the week, and then I wouldn't do it. And I just eat the crap instead that I could, you know, scrape up out of the cupboard that was easy and quick. So, but yeah, it's not ground up orphans. And Mega Eevee's out. All right, bye Mega Eevee. I like Mega Eevee's always just randomly is like, oh, he said I should play Protolam and Don't Starve. Maybe he got upset that I didn't notice his comment. I never streamed either of those. I was really into Don't Starve when it was in early access, like in 2012. I played it quite a bit. Yeah, repetitive food syndrome. And that's where this other service that I use, it's around the same price. It's called Cook Unity. And they had a lot more variety. But I also would be eating it realizing like I knew that it wasn't as balanced and healthy as what I'd been eating on Factor. Even though I could like just straight up calorie wise, it was also higher calorie wise too, but and probably sodium wise as well. But it was just, I knew that it was like you'd have meals and there's almost no veg. It'd just be like a pile of meat, it would, like with like accent veg, onions or something. And I'm like, this is they have this Korean barbecue. It's delicious. Korean barbecue is one of my favorite things in the world. And it's by world-class chefs. Actually, the Korean barbecue is a recipe from Esther Choi, who I later found out is like kind of a big fucking deal. I was like, holy shit. Like, I thought it was just some featured chef that no one outside of Cook Unity had ever heard of before. So, Esther Choi, she won her way into my heart, even though I'm not eating her stuff right now. You're still at the office, Brad? I guess wait a minute. Yeah, it is Friday for you. See you in 45 minutes. Hope you be on the same screen. That's a good chance. Your notes are bone meal equals delicious. I wonder if Starfield will have bone meal in it. We'll have to see. It's a Bethesda game. It'd be nice if, you know, they just give us a wink and let's have some bone meal for God's sake. I'll keep talking about food and do the best. Okay. I'll play the game just to spite Brad. Wait, does that mean Brad actually wants to see the gameplay? He doesn't want to miss any? Another 15 minutes of Huel content for sure. Mexican pizza, chicken chalupa. No, pretty much what I've settled into as my weekly routine is I get the Mexican pizza meal, which is a Mexican pizza, 2 crunchy taco supremes, and a drink. And then I get what I call my 2 bonus burritos. And I think I've been getting like the cheesy rice burritos. It's like from their value menu. I get 2 of those. And those are either what I'll eat before stream or after stream, depending on how late I ate my lunch. And that's been like sort of my go-to order for a couple months now. We call them bonus burritos. Yeah. So, and my bonus burritos or bonus Taco Bell stuff originated when I used to order a lot of like delivery Taco Bell. And all the service fees and everything made it so like you almost felt like an asshole if you just ordered like, I'm going to get $10 worth of food and I'm going to also pay $12 in the various fees to get my $10 worth of food. So there was this incentive to kind of be like, well, I'm going to buy a couple meals worth of food every time I get Taco Bell now, because then it kind of like becomes a little more justifiable, all the fees and shit that go with it. They're not good services if you're just going to buy like enough food for one person to have reasonable amount of food for one meal. Oh no! Well, Mexican pizzas were gone here for a couple years, which was like soul crushing. I know, I still ate Taco Bell during those 2 years, don't get me wrong. But I was so happy when Mexican pizza came back. Mexican pizza's like pretty much ever since I was a kid was my favorite Taco Bell item. I didn't always get Taco Bell when I was a kid either. I think I really didn't start eating. I didn't really have exposure to Taco Bell till I was I don't know, 12 or 13. And at that point, Mexican pizza was already on the menu. I don't think I ever had the smothered burrito. Pulled pork crunch wrap? That I don't think they got pulled pork anything at the Taco Bell's here. That sounds way too, like, high quality. Okay, the Mexican pizza is... It's sort of like, if you like tostadas, like, it's fried, like a deep-fried, flour tortilla. So it's got that light crisping. But that's the base of it. Instead of dough, it's 2 flour tortillas. So there's 1 flour tortilla, and then they put a layer of beans and ground beef, and then they put another fried tortilla on top of that, and then on that they put some like red taco sauce instead of like pizza sauce, and then they put like a 4 cheese blend over the top of that, and then they just throw a bunch of like tomato, like cubed tomatoes on top of that. And so it's not like super complex. I'm trying to think, do they have like green onions on there? I want to say they used to, at least. I can't remember. I just tear through this shit so fast. It's not like what they do is complex. But it's just that combination of ingredients and the ratios, and it has just that right crunch. And for some reason, like taco salads or tostadas, like the whole deep fried flour tortilla thing, like I'm a big sucker for that kind of thing in general. You just like Taco Bell as a kid, your mom would get you Bell burgers. I don't think I ever had burgers from Taco Bell. Taco meat on cheese in a bun. I can't remember if I ever had that. Ava, you have steak, ground beef, chucked pulled pork, and beans as your protein option. Okay, well we have chicken, steak, ground beef, and of course, yeah, beans as well. So maybe pulled pork is the only real different thing. And chucked, I don't know what chucked is. Yeah, I remember the term Bell beefers. I'm trying to remember if I ever had them or not. I don't know. Now I'm kind of wishing I had. Sounds good. But pulled pork crunch wrap. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Yeah, one thing I used to like, I used to really like the double-decker tacos. I always get a double-decker taco supreme. And I don't know if that's like an off-menu item you can still order, because I think they still technically have all the ingredients for it. But I like that combination. That was like, it's like a soft taco-sized flour tortilla, soft, where they put a layer of beans, and then they wrap that around a hard taco shell, and then they just do a regular taco inside. But for some reason, having a taco with the flour tortilla with a layer of refried beans around the outside was just a magical. It was like, oh, you want a taco or burrito? I know, have that, because that's going to just take care of every itch in one item. Yeah, we got crunch wraps too. I do like crunch wraps. They're not a go-to for me. I don't get them every time because, frankly, like, I really like my Mexican pizza. I like other stuff better, so I don't get a lot of crunch wraps. But I do like crunch wraps. There are very few things at Taco Bell that I don't like. It's just there are things that I really like, and Mexican pizzas at this point. I think also psychologically, because they took the Mexican pizzas away for 2 years. Psychologically, it's like, once they gave it back, now it's like some part of my brain is like, it's super special to get a Mexican pizza. I must get the Mexican pizza, because my brain is still like conditioned to think it's something that's like, there's a scarcity to it, right? So I have to get it. Must focus on key items. Everyone you know loves crunch wraps. I don't know if I go so far as to say I love them. I really like them. I just really like the other stuff better. All right. Let me see. What's the last thing Brad said? 12 Baja Blast. Do you think Brad really doesn't want me to play the game till he gets back? 45 minutes, already like 9:23. 45 minutes is a long time for me to not play any game. You're scared they're going to take it away again, so you have to get... Yeah, no, it's really, like, I don't think they're getting rid of it again. But when they didn't have it, and then when the way they reintroduced it, it's like that they played some real head game. I don't know if it's intentional or not, but the whole way that they took it away and the way they gave it back also, because they brought it back, but then they said they didn't have enough supplies, so it was only back for a few weeks, and then it was just like they didn't have it anymore again. And so I was super like hyped that they had it back, and then before I knew what the hell was happening, you couldn't get it anymore. And then it was like up in the air, like, are they gonna have it back? What the hell's going on with it? And then eventually they announced that there's going to be like the official relaunch where they would officially have enough so it would be back for good. And then ever since it came back, like, I don't know if ever since that it came back for good, I don't know if I've gotten Taco Bell one single time and not gotten a Mexican pizza. Like, I don't think I've done it one time. Your external battery came in on Amazon. You ordered one for your trip to the beach. Sweet. I've actually got 2 external batteries now because this thing started dying. This is my original one. I've had it for several years. I thought something was wrong with it. So now I have a second one, but it turns out this one's fine. So I just have a lot of extra juice. And on some of these camping trips, I've actually ended up like burning through one and moving on to the next one. But that's the second thing. This headset's actually new. I got it yesterday because I thought my old headset was stopped taking a charge. And so this is sort of like it's like a parallel line by the same company. I really liked my old headset. But when I was charging it, it wasn't filling up. And so I was like, I think it had like a 30-hour charge, like just a ridiculous bit long charge. But I'm like, once this 30 hours up, this thing's going to be dead. So I need to have my replacement. And I've had it for 4 years. So it's like, okay, that's one thing I like about wireless too, is a lot of the wired headsets I have, they fail because the joints of the wires give out from all the moving around. So I actually think that, like, if wireless works, that it's worth investing in and getting a little extra to do the wireless. I also just really like being wireless. It's a lot. But this is actually... but then I realized when I was setting this up and I was plugging in all the drivers and plugging in all the updates, that my thing had just sort of like lost touch with itself. And because I was like, well, let me see if I plug this one directly into the computer, which I never would do normally. If I plug it directly into the computer again, now that I've reinstalled all this software, if it like resets its... And it turns out it was already full. That's why it kept saying it wasn't charging, but it just didn't know it was full because it was like, it had lost track of it. And then I remembered, like, that's something that used to happen before too that I'd forgotten about. So I think what the end result is, and now that I got 2 perfectly good headsets, but this new version is actually lighter and more comfortable. It might even be slightly better sound. I don't know. So I'll have to see. But I mean, in any case, even if it's worth having, because eventually one of them's going to give out, and if I know I've got another one that works, I don't know. This one's also got like parallel Bluetooth capabilities, so I can actually walk into the other room and push a button, and it'll hook up to my TV, my smart TV, and I could watch my smart TV with the same headset. So it's kind of cool. But yeah, this one is it's you can't see because it's green, and I got the green screen on. It's like it's supposedly like designed for Xbox, but it's like it's just a wireless headset, but it's got like Xbox theme. There's the band in here that actually absorbs the weight of the headset, so that this top thing doesn't actually touch your head. There's like a cloth band underneath that rests under here, and it's very soft and elastic, and that's why it's so comfortable. That's what's actually on top of your head, keeping distributing the pressure out so that it's not like all on your ears or all on top of your head. It's all kind of like nice and evenly, softly distributed. So I was already using this when I realized the other one wasn't really broken. I was like, damn, after 4 years of use, I don't expect most things to last 4 years these days. So anyways, it's a good product. I'm going to keep it. This is like a teenager. It was really full, but it was still looking for more sustenance. Yeah, it just kept saying like, oh, I'm hungry. And also like, I mean, granted, the thing that you plug into feels loose. Like it feels like it's starting, some things are starting to wear. And so that's where I was like, and you plug it in and the charge light would turn on for a second and then turn off. And I was like, okay, so it's shorting. It looks like it's shorting out. And it wasn't until I plugged this one in to do the firmware update when I bought it that I remembered that sometimes years, it hadn't happened for years, but sometimes in the past, this other one would like forget where it was in its charge status if you didn't plug it into the computer now and then for it to touch base with its like on like with the drivers and with the software on the computer, and then it'd be like, oh yeah, I'm full. And so it turns out that's what was happening. So I feel a little foolish, but I like this one so much now that I'm just going to keep those as my backup pair for this one fails. And I like those too, but this one I like better. Can I have some more? But I do feel a little, I feel a little bit foolish because it's the second thing this year that I bought because I thought my old one was failing. And it turns out it was fine. But I could maybe find a use for it. Or again, it's worth having as a backup. Because I thoroughly... Maybe I should have taken the opportunity to try other brands. But this is a SteelSeries Arctis... what is this one? Now I gotta remember what the brand is. Or what the specific one is. The last one I had was called the Arctis 7. Wireless headset. Yeah, the Arctis 7. And this is the Arctis Nova 7X. It's still a separate line, I think, from the other Arctis. I'm not sure exactly. It feels very similar to it in a lot of ways. It's got a lot of same controls. But yeah, I'm a fan. And I'm really digging it. Well, it was worth it in the end in the sense that, like, I actually liked the product that I had. But honestly, I liked that. It's just now that I've got both of them, I like this one better. So, that's a little, like, it's like, I like it better enough that I'm not going to be like, oh, whoops, I shouldn't have gotten it, and I'm going to return it. It's like, no, I like it enough better that now it's like I want to wear it, and I'd rather wear it than wear that one. But that one was, like, still perfectly fine. And again, like, if this one craps out eventually, hopefully it'll be... Like, the other one seems like the build quality might be a little sturdier, too. But I'm not sure. This one's definitely lighter. That doesn't necessarily mean it's of a worse build quality, though. It feels still very quality. But it's partially the fact that it is lighter also makes it more comfortable. And the other one was pretty reasonably comfortable, too. I wore the shit out of those things for the last few years. But, the Nova. Fancy! Are you familiar with the Nova? I think they've got a Nova Pro that's, like, over $300. That's, like, their flagship model. I wasn't going to go that high. But what I kept hearing, too, was that, like, this version is not that much worse. Like, it had most of the features of the Pro, and sound quality was roughly comparable. And it was it was a lot. Well, I think this one was like 112 or something. I think I paid for it. Somewhere around 110, 120. Which, but the thing is like, when I used to get wired headsets, because I was moving around all the time, those things would fail after 6 months for me. Most of them did fail. Like, if I had a headset that lasted a year, and I'd get a decent headsets with those, so I'd be spending $50 to $60 a pop, and thinking like, oh, I don't want to get more expensive ones, but because I was like, I could get wireless ones are not as good quality, or if you want comparable quality, you gotta pay more because it's harder to get good quality on wireless. So that's where I started looking into it. Like, hey, maybe it's worth giving it a shot. And the fact is, like, I think the removal of the wire takes away a major, like, fail point. So it's actually likely to last longer. And that was my experience. When I realized, when that thing was failing and I looked back at how long ago I ordered it, and I was like, okay, it's been over 4 years. And now I'm even more impressed that actually it's not broken. I was just my dumbass not realizing, like, oh, it's doing that thing that it used to do. Like a driver issue. You need a good headset, but your youngest keeps screwing them up. Yeah, that's when you have other people in the equation, that's definitely a consideration of how much you want to spend on a high quality item. Yeah, so cheaper is better in the long run. And this thing, I'm sure these, if they're getting stepped on and dropped and shit all over the place, it probably would break. If there's just if it's going through rough usage, it probably wouldn't have lasted for 4 years. But it wasn't like I was like super pristine. I mean, like, when I'm done with them, I just set them on the ground near my desk half the time anyways. But I don't end up, they're in such a place where it's like, I don't actually end up accidentally stepping on them or doing anything like that. But I'm also not super like, okay, time to put it in in this little cradle and good night, earphones, good night. And I just know that because I did voice dictation for many years for work, even before I was streaming, I always had wired headsets with like the headset mics. And when I first started streaming, that's what I used before I got like more podcast quality mic. But yeah, honestly, like, and I got ones that I really liked, but most of those things failed with like 6 months to a year. One of my favorite ones failed like about every maybe 7 months. And I bought 2 or 3 of them because I liked them so much and the quality was good and they were super comfortable. And they were good enough that like I was like, well, I want more of that, even though it only lasted 7 months. Let's see. Now this one, the mic quality isn't great. Like, I think if I were just doing maybe just gaming, it'd be worth doing. But there's no way that I would try to use the mic quality instead. But one thing that's cool about this one's even more hidden. You can't even see, but the mic is right here. And it's actually even hard to get out. You pull it out, and it's, you know, like the complete like bendy, however you want to do it, mic. But when you're not using it, it pushes in to the headset, and it pushes flush. So like you can't even tell there's a mic there. Wait, I mean, now that I pointed out, you probably tell there's a little thing there, but like you wouldn't even know that was there, except, you know, because that was some of the ones that you look at. They've got a thing that comes out, and then it's got a big ball on the end. So it's like if you're not gonna be using the mic regularly, you're still gonna have this big black ball in your face all the time, or flipped up next to the side of your head. So that's one thing that I like about this, is it's in and it's out of the way. And my old one was like that too. This is the old one. It's a little bigger and heavier, and then it's got nice cloth too. Like this, the pads are really nice. But this one has like a nub that sticks up. Still very unobtrusive, very obviously there. And I might even like this better because this is actually, well, I'll probably get used to it. But if I did need to pull it out, it's actually a little hard to get. Where this one was like very obvious, and then that pulled out too in the same way. Very similar like designs. Retractable in out, which is nice. And then they got some cool features too, which I use a little bit sometimes, where there's a separate volume control that does balance between game sound and social media sound. So if you're on Discord, you can have it like where the volume is shifting one way or the other, where you're listening to one thing and not the other, or adjusting the balance in your own headset between the two sources. which is kind of cool. I didn't use that a whole lot, but I think like when we were doing the limited Dungeons and Dragons streams where I was on Discord, I was using those balance things a little bit for those streams, which is kind of cool. But for people that are all into like Discord gaming, that's a pretty cool feature too. We don't want big balls in our face. Let me see, were there any other cool things about this one? And this one's got a, this one's, I think it's got a 38-hour battery life. There was one I was looking at. It was one of the, I'm trying to remember. It's a really popular brand. Raptor, was it? No, I can't remember what it is. It's a super popular gaming headset brand. And it touts, but it was like considerably, well, I think it was like 160 or something. The quality was still decent, but not apparently not quite as like sound quality and stuff, which is kind of, you know, somewhat important to me. It doesn't have to be like the best money can buy, but I definitely like if I'm wearing a headset with questionable sound, I don't like, you know, I definitely like but it had 300 hours per charge of use. I was like, holy crap. But the thing is, it's like, I think that other one had 24 to 30, and this one's got 38 hours. And I never ran out of charge on it. It's like, it's just, you know, you just charge it after you use it. And even if you don't, you just like, after you use it a bunch of times, you look down and realize like, oh, it's flashing yellow now. These little lights on the side, like right now it flashes green, and that means it's basically full. It'll spend several hours and hours of use flashing yellow, which means it's like, you know, in the middle somewhere. And then it'll flash red for hours and hours more before it actually runs out of batteries. So you're never like, oh no, I was in the middle of using it, I had no idea. You know, the battery life is long enough that, like, I was thinking, do I really want to sacrifice some of the other quality points for just because this thing can last for 300 hours? Like, is that important enough to me? But it's cool as fuck that it can last for 300 hours. Holy shit. Like in-game noise and party chat. Yeah. It's basically, and I think part of that, like where you'd want to use that as a streamer too, which would be helpful, is if you are like, you're in Discord. And there are ways you can set up the channels so that like what's happening in Discord is not happening in your stream, but you can make those adjustments on the fly to change the audio balance or completely turn it one way or the other, so that it's like you're only hearing the game, or you're only hearing the Discord. Sometimes you want to do those things, like as a streamer. Sometimes you like, and I don't do a lot, hardly ever any Discord streaming. But there are people who, you know, they'll group up with other streamers and they'll do collabs. And there will be certain portions where everyone's still chatting, but like any individual given streamer will want to spend some time just talking to their chat and not interacting or being distracted by what everyone else is saying. And so, you know, it's nice to have an onboard way of dealing with that. But again, that's not like, I don't make use of that function myself, but it's cool that it's on there. All right. Well, where's Brad? I kind of want to play this game a little bit. It hasn't been 45 minutes, have it? I rarely wanted to hear you during D&D. I'm trying to remember if I was using that in any certain way. I think the way that I was using it is that the way that the software works is it actually creates two different audio channels in the windows. So that OBS can also pick up those two channels separately. That's how I was using it. So there were times when the stream would start, and I'd be on the intro screen, and the people who were in the game I was playing with, we would still be chatting and talking about, like, you know. And then at a certain point, I'd say, "All right, I'm gonna actually do like the introduction to the stream now," and just so you guys know, I'm gonna, like, you know, we're gonna go officially. But that always let there be like a 5-minute like starting soon screen, and we'd all be talking, and that wouldn't be picking up on stream. And then when we take a break in the middle, I'd do like a 10-minute break, and I would basically set it so anybody could still keep chatting just about whatever. And then also at that point, you could bring up stuff that if you didn't want to bring up during the main thing about, like, you know, whatever it is. But it was an easy way to like, that it enabled that I could have those chats still going on, but it not always being a part of the stream. He was probably being facetious, but Brad has a lot of influence, and there's some part of me that's like, well, you know, I don't want Brad to miss anything. Do I still play Dungeons and Dragons? Yes. I've been playing Dungeons and Dragons through a service called Fantasy Grounds. And Ava, actually, I've got like three episodes where I played with Nick and Brad. And there's another guy, Ethan, and Joss, and my wife. And they're on my channel. We're playing 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons over Fantasy Grounds, which is a virtual tabletop that's specific for role-playing games. Not Dead by Daylight, no. Are you? Is she talking about Dead by Daylight? Okay. I wouldn't say I'm officially not playing it, but I haven't been playing it with any kind of regularity for a long time. I think the last time I played it was probably around Halloween, and then I only played it a little bit. I will still say, in an official capacity, that I am a fan of Dead by Daylight, and that I really like Dead by Daylight, and that I enjoy Dead by Daylight. It's just I'm very seldom in the mood to experience Dead by Daylight. I'd rather play other games. Because the game, honestly, it stresses me out and it frustrates me. And I rage when I'm playing it. I get my feelings hurt when they teabag me. And when I feel like I suck. So I'm a big fan of Dead by Daylight. But I'm free. And then also, my heart will get pounding in Dead by Daylight. And you know what? I'm not that worried about that anymore. So I got to remember that. One of the reasons why sometimes I'd stop playing Dead by Daylight is because I was very concerned about my heart health, because I was not healthy. And I'm still dealing with getting high blood pressure down. But the thing is this year, since I've been exercising and eating better, like, my blood pressure's been getting better. A lot of my health metrics have been getting better. And I've stopped. That was one of the best things. Is I used to always be worried, like, oh crap, like, if I push myself, could I have a heart attack? If I'm getting freaked out, my heart's going too fast, I'm gonna have a heart attack. I was always worried about that shit because I was like in that demographic. I mean, technically, I'm still overweight and whatever. I'm not like out of the woods, but I'm a lot healthier now than I was a year ago. And so I don't have those fears anymore. And physically, I push myself to make my heart beat faster. I do things physically to build up my heart health. So now it's like, I don't think that would be one of those factors that would be turning me away from Dead by Daylight, is the fact that my heart sometimes ends up pounding in my chest. Because there are times I was playing Dead by Daylight over the past few years where I'd be like, all right, time to stop playing. I'm a little scared of what's going to happen if I don't put it down right now. Aliens coming? Are you for reals? Oh my god. Alien? Oh my shit. Okay. Yeah, the Ava jumps in the hatch with everyone else. Thanks, Ava. Yeah, this has been a big year. I mean, it was really like but that's been one of the best things about it, is for the first time in, like, since I've been in my 40s, I'm not scared. Like, oh my god, I like that feeling of like I'm gambling by not taking good care of myself, and I'm getting that age where being overweight and not taking care of yourself can end up getting you in some trouble. It's not just something that is like, oh, 10 years from now I'll have to worry about that kind of thing. Because that's how it was in my 20s and even in my 30s, where I was just like, I can just smoke. I used to smoke and all this other, eat like shit and smoke. And I was like, man, I really need to clean up my act when I'm in my 40s, or this shit's going to get me. And then once I was in my 40s, I did stop smoking, but I still like ate like shit and didn't exercise. And then I still was like overweight, and I was starting to get high blood pressure and all this other stuff. And I started being like scared. Most of the time, you guys have known me. That's sort of been in the background. It's been like anxieties that I've had about my health. So, you know what? Yeah, I'll look it up. Alien trailer. And so that was like, and sometimes if I started feeling like my heart racing, I would get, and then I would downward spiral into like a panic attack. So there's times like, especially since we're working home during the pandemic, I'd be more stressed sometimes. And I'd just wander to the other room where my wife was working. And like my job can be stressful sometimes. And I'd just be like, I think I'm having a panic attack. Can you help talk me down a little bit? And she'd always be like, you're fine, you're fine, whatever. But the panic attack was always like just thought that I knew was probably irrational, that like, I think maybe I'm about to die right now because I got too stressed. And now I'm going to die. It's like, no, just calm down, dude. And then I'd be like, but now that I'm freaking out about being stressed, now I'm really going to die. No, just calm down, dude. Just calm down. This is downward spiral. We've been here before. Okay, dead. And that was one of the things my wife, after I started exercising and stuff, after a couple months, she's like, I noticed you're not freaking out anymore about, like, that you're going to die. Like, no, I haven't been worrying about it. It's a night. Dead by Daylight. Alien. All right. This was not even on my radar. All right. We're going to watch the things now. You got to look it up since I'm not playing Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, this is one of the most non-gamey game streams I've done in a while, too. All right. Oh, this is coming out like right now, too, huh? Oh, shit. Arguably my favorite horror franchise of all time, coming on Dead by Daylight. One of the reasons I like Dead by Daylight is because it reminds me of Alien Isolation, where the AI is actually human. It's actually human intelligence. Oh my God! Thank you for pointing this out. Why does this got to be coming out right now, right in the middle of Starfield? Come out 36 hours before Starfield unlocks. Well, I'm still trying to play Baldur's Gate. There's Nostromo there. Oh God, what's Dwight doing on the Nostromo? Get out of there, Dwight. You're breaking my immersion. Nice. So I'm guessing this means Ripley is a survivor. Damn! Holy shit. New killer xenomorph, new survivor, Ellen Ripley. You guys, I don't know how I wasn't aware that this was happening. This is like huge for me.
5 seconds of gameplay.
Okay, I'm excited. I may end up having to get this and play a little bit of Dead by Daylight this week. But I'll have to see what happens. I'm just so overloaded with game right now. Because I'm still thinking, I don't know if this is going to happen, but when Starfield comes out, I may still jump back and forth with Baldur's Gate, but I don't know. If Starfield clicks, if it clicks, it may just, and it works and it clicks, that just I just might not play anything else for a month or two. Ripley's a survivor, and Wreck of the Nostromo is the map. Oh shit, that sounds so cool. So does this thing one-shot you? Are you talking about the alien? Old Bill. Have I seen the new Robot Killer and Alien map? I don't know the Robot Killer. Is that from the movies? Or is it a whole different thing? I think I'm like a, you always know a working Joe. One of those guys? Anyways, that's the, oh my god. Alien? And Dead by Daylight? That's like a dream, that's like a dream come true. Holy shit. Literally my favorite horror franchise of all time. And it's such a perfect fit. It's such a perfect fit for Dead by Daylight. Such a perfect fit. All right. I don't know how they could screw it up, but, you know, well, they technically do a good job. Definitely looking forward. It's a different thing. Okay, it is a different thing. The alien enters hunter mode, gets a longer tail attack. Flamethrower turrets knock it out of hunter mode. And traveling through vents makes it recharge quickly. Ooh, okay. Oh, no. Evie, let's see. Evie's having internet problems. So she's using data. But you have limited data? Or you just mean you're using cellular? The map looks like it has intestines on the walls? So there's something about human robots and the spaceship in the middle of the map? Where the word is covered up by the damn emoji heart thing. So, well, I'm gonna have to wait till other people talk. There you go. There's half human robots in the spaceship in the middle of the map. Okay. On the map that's out now, not the new one. So this is a different... There's a different alien map? That's... Okay, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm probably gonna have to look back into it. Are you talking about they've already released a map for related to the Alien franchise that's different than the one they're going to put out? Or there's a different Alien map that brought some other Alien that's in the game that's got robot killers in it or something? You get throttled. All right. Well, back to Baldur's Gate, you guys. Wait, Singularity is the last killer? I don't even know Singularity. A robot that grafts human bits to it. Its map is in an alien world, but not an alien... Okay. So that perfectly clarified it. Just the way that Ava said it, I was like, alien map, and I'm just thinking like, so maybe they released the map already, but they didn't release the killer, or... But there's a robot in it? Alright, that clears it up. So, I respect my cleric. Sorry, Brad. I had to get in the game. I respect my cleric to be a Tempest cleric. So Tempest, they get all the weapons, but they also do all sorts of like lightning attacks and shit. I was debating whether to do that. You could be a light domain cleric, and they get like fireballs and shit too, which is cool. But then I thought, the light seems like her whole thing is she's like she worships an evil goddess. So it seemed like, because I was also just considering going life domain, like pure healing focused cleric for functional purposes. But she's like kind of got like a bad edge to her. She's like, you know, it's like there's some darkness in her. So it's like a Tempest. Something that's gonna be like the Emperor from Star Wars. It's like themed like the evil, somewhat like menacing. That fits her a little bit. Planet called the Varka, and that's where the map is. All right. You antithetically made her a light cleric. Lord be damned. You wanted them fireballs. Do you use them? Do you find yourself like making use of them? Because the reason why I didn't want to get the thing that I sort of liked about the Tempest, and maybe there are other things in Light Domain to balance for this as well, is it seems like the cleric channeling abilities are all about doing extra damage in combat. Whereas, like, I think I still want to keep her slots open for healing and shit. So I'm like, do I really want to be using her spell slots for fireballs when I actually have a wizard? But then it's like, but it'd still be fucking nice to have access to another someone who can cast a fireball. Because sometimes you're in that situation where it's just like, oh shit, I need a fireball right now. I need it right now. And my wizard is not in position. I need it right now. And then she could do it. Your internet's working again. You turn it on and off again. Did you have to call IT for that, Evie? Did you try turning it off and on again? Evie, I'm glad that your internet's working again. This has been... I was on the edge of my seat, wondering what's going to happen next with Evie's internet. And now you've used this ingenious technical maneuver to restore your internet. I'm very happy for you. I'm very pleased. Occasionally, you're a sorcerer too. You tend to use more fireballs, but you like Shadowheart having more damage spells. No, they definitely. I could definitely see that. I could definitely see that being like a thing. And it sounds like the light. I'm not an expert in the domains, but it sounds like light actually does have a lot of like additional like buffing, like group support functionality as well. So, whereas Tempest is just sort of flat out. Like, we're just gonna do other extra stuff that's gonna fuck you up with lightning and thunder and shit. So, I haven't played it all Tempest. So, the thing is, I like how easy it is to respec in case I want to. But yeah, so far, and then the wizard, I had him go up to level 6 as a wizard. And he's just an evocation dude. But I did multi-class Astarion. And... because a lot of people were saying, well, that rogues can be good multi-class into other classes. You do start losing some of the bonus sneak attack damage. That's the main thing that you miss out on. But I got him up to level 5 as a rogue. And now I'm putting in some ranger. I don't know how much ranger I want to put in. If I at least get the ranger to 3rd level where I can get in Gloomstalker, which very much pairs up well with a sneaky rogue, mechanics. I might just go back after that and continue with leveling rogue, or take ranger to 5th level so he gets a 2nd attack. Now he doesn't get a 2nd sneak attack. You only get 1 of those per round, but that gives you 2 chances if you miss the first time to get that sneak attack in there, and another attack, which is good in its own right. So I think I might do that. I'm going to have a decision to make after the ranger hits level 3, whether I want more ranger or go back to rogue. Oh, Ava's got to go to call your youngest son, and you may or may not be back. All right, Ava. Well, hey, it was great to see you. I'm glad you're doing okay after your little misadventure. And if we see you back, that'd be great. If not, big love. Have a good night, or good, what is it? Guess it's still early in the day for you. Good afternoon. Hey, look at Brad's back. Okay, but to be fair, Brad, I barely played game. I talked about a lot of other stuff instead of game. I watched a Dead by Daylight trailer, which you didn't have to see. Brad, they're adding Alien from the Alien movie franchise is coming out like in the next week in Dead by Daylight. It's a shame I've got too many other games that I'm playing right now. I don't think I'm going to be able to pay it justice because I'm probably not going to either not play it at all or just dip my toes in it for a second and then not play it anymore. You were looking at Shadowheart. Yeah, well, I just went down the whole roster. But it literally like 3 minutes ago is when I started talking about that I made her the Tempest domain, which specializes in magic and like doing thunder and lightning damage as like their channel abilities and shit like that. So let's see. In fact, where is it? She has Thunder Wave. Sleet Storm. Call Lightning. Strikes all targets within range. And then for 10 turns... Okay, what's the range? 10 turns you call down Lightning again without expending a spell slot. It does 3d10 each time. I really need to give her, like, the Warcasters. I was really debating whether to give her Warcaster. I ended up giving her stat boost as her initial 4th level thing, but I'm realizing all these concentration spells, you lose them so easily. Tell you about Tempest again? Does it say here? The Tempest is a spec. You get all the martial weapons. I think if you start off... Was it supposed to give you heavy armor too? She didn't get heavy armor. Oh, she did get heavy armor. It lets you... It enables heavy armor and martial weapons. And then you use your channel ability. Channel divinity. Oh, I guess maybe she doesn't get it yet. Wait, why wouldn't she? Is this a built-in part of the class now? She's supposed to be able to use her channel ability to max out any lightning damage that she does. Fog, Sanctuary. Where was that thing? Is that not there? Oh, it's a reaction. Okay, it's a reaction. If an enemy nearby attacks you, you can retaliate with a strike of lightning that does 2 to 16 damage. But where's the other thing? Wrath of Storms as a reaction. Okay, if they attack you. Destructive Wrath, reaction. When you roll thunder or lightning damage, you can use your channel divinity to deal maximum damage instead. So, that's huge. But I thought there was some way that she could, So maybe if if one of these things triggers, she can use this to max damage out. I don't know. I just was never using the channel divinity for the spec that she was in. I never used it once, and I look at it and go... Because I think it was like she could summon something in that would help give advantage, but it was also like it was a concentration thing, and there are other things that I'd rather her be using her concentration on than that. So that's where I started thinking, like, it'd be nice to spec her out and have her, whatever her abilities are, be things that I'm going to actually use. Yeah. So the Destructive Wrath is under a reaction, yeah. But then it says, then you can use your channel... You use your channel divinity. Which, for those who don't know, that's the same... Channel divinity is, like, in old school D&D, that was just like when you turned undead as a cleric, that was your channel divinity. And she still got turn undead. If she chooses to turn undead, she's going to use one of her channel divinity slots. She has 2 right now she can do per... I think is it per short rest they recharge. But instead of turning undead, which is not something that comes up all the time, she can use it for this instead. So, which is something that I will end up using. So the main thing now I gotta think about is I found this special forge that you can, if you find special materials, you can make badass web armor. And I literally just made her adamantine scale mail, very rare medium armor. That 16 armor class is pretty good for medium armor. All incoming damage is reduced by 1. When a melee attack hits you, the attacker is sent reeling for 2 turns. This is like badass armor. And attackers can't land critical hits on the wearer. That's pretty badass.
Looking ahead.
Let's see. That's really badass armor. Yeah, literally. And that's how everyone just turned 6th level. I don't want to spoil anything, but yeah, there was a big fight at the forge that I did not know was going to happen. And it was like, we looked so outclassed that I almost just was like, oh, I'm not even going to do this. I'm just going to come back later when I'm higher level. I think we burned through all of our greater healing potions that we had to stay alive. And when it got down to it, it was like by the skin of our teeth. My Thandros and Shadowheart were both down, rolling death saves. And it was Astarion like trying to find ways to get back into stealth so he could do stealth attacks, and Gale the wizard both just basically trying to keep distance from this thing and like toss things at it, and it was not going well. I think I actually like Gale had to use Astarion had to use a special ability to turn invisible in order to get the last crit shot, the last sneak shot in that ended up killing him. It was very skin of our teeth, but we won, and then everybody got level 6. So I was like, sweet. Did you wang it? Does that mean that I did the battle and I won. I'm not sure what you mean by wang it. But yeah, literally I just came back from that. When I go back in, that's where I'm going to be. But I wanted to do like, that's when I decided I want to do the respec and for Shadowheart, level everybody up, and also now that I'm here and thinking about it, I want to take her to the party chest. You might be able to get through the stream with no combat. Is that something you're striving for? It looks like my dog's got something to say too.
Let's see.
Now that she's got martial weapons, I really like her flail, but I want to see if there's any... like a great axe? I think I still want her to use a shield, though. Like, I want her to be defensive. So, the great axe would be a temptation, though. But I think I got some, Let's see, look, did we already sort by type? Yeah, I think we did. Forge hammer, you can kite it to the center and then pull the forge hammer lever. No, I had no idea. No. Oh, Nick. No, we struggled. And that thing was like resistant to damages. And then it came out of the lava and it hardened up. So it was like fully resistant to all forms of damage. And then I was like, shit, at least when it was standing in the lava, it's superheated so that it's adamantine skinned, softened enough that we could do half damage of some things on it. So it was a real struggle. Okay. So here was a nice... I think the corrosive flail is still better. But this one... 1d8 plus 3. It's versatile, so it only does 4 to 13 if she's two-handing it, which she wouldn't be. And a steel forged sword, no. Sword of Screams. Does 1d4 psychic in addition. It's finesse. Oh, she could have done this one all along. No, I don't like that. I know, maybe, let's see. She could do polearms now, which can be pretty cool, having that extra range. But I think I'm going to keep the weapon that she's got. It seems almost like a shame that, blood curling on hit, possibly inflicts frightened. What is she using for her ranged weapon? Just a regular light crossbow? All right. The bow of the Banshee. Oh, but this one does so much more damage. Is that a short bow? Oh, it is a short bow. Don't I have any magic longbows? Apparently not. Sword of Justice? Oh, like she would use a sword that's two-handed anyways. For Tyr, when she's an opposing god. I think I'm gonna give her this. As her, I don't know if she'll ever use it, but she's the only one that might, so. Oh, maybe did I get an achievement for doing it the hard way? I didn't even know I was doing it the hard way. You do think it's funny when I do as few game things as possible on the stream? Looking at things and explaining them for the third time is your favorite? Is that why you wanted me to go over Shadow Art spec again? Alright. I think we can put her heavy scale mail away. Is anyone using this Dark Justicar helmet? While obscured by shadow, the wearer gains +1 to saving throws when attacked. Nah, I don't think we're gonna use this. It's not bad, but I like what she's got on better. I like what everyone's got on better. Did I buy anything in this stream? Oh, Maxi. Did Maxi buy anything? Your streams always cost you money. You tend to do all your Amazon shopping while watching you. Did you hear when I was giving my big sales pitch for this headset? It's the Arctis Nova 7 Plus. Rewind if you think you may want to spend $120 on a new wireless headset. I sell it pretty hard. But I didn't cause you to buy a dash cam. There's no way I did I? Did somehow something I said trigger, like, inspire you to buy that? Maybe just because you knew that I bought a new thing? You're like, G-Law makes buying things sound so great. I think I'm going to buy a thing too. Alright. So I think... Just want to double check. Great Axe. Arrow. These blue. Great sword. Yeah, I don't think I need to scale mail. Now that Astarion has Ranger, he can technically wear medium armor, but that's going to give him disadvantage on stealth. Are there any medium armors that don't give you disadvantage on stealth? I haven't looked. I'm just assuming I'm going to keep him with his... He has the Drow studded leather armor, which is pretty high tier. But yeah, so I gave him a level of Ranger. That was a big thing. And everyone else I've kept as pure into their classes. I should probably check...
Excellent choice.
Spell books. I think I already double-checked him. I needed to check her and see what she's got. Because will have different spells now than she had before. Prayer of Healing. (2d8 + 4), all allies can only be used outside of combat. Lesser Restoration. Cures from disease, poison, paralysis, or blindness. Protection from energy. Resistance to acid, cold. I mean, these are all good, but do I need them on all the time? Spirit Guardians I love. Feign Death? Okay, now I'm getting rid of that shit. That's could be good, but that's very situational. Sanctuary? Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of that shit. Inflict wounds, cure wounds. Where's cure wounds? Healing word. I still have. Yeah. Okay, I like healing word. There are some 5e medium armors that don't have stealth disadvantage. I'm gonna have to keep an eye out for that. Keep thinking the stream is broken as you go silent for minutes at a time. What? Minutes at a time? For what? You mean... No, I never do. Do I actually get quiet? You mean just I stop talking? Blindness, prayer of healing. Prayer of healing... You know what? If you can only do it outside of combat, why would I keep it memorized? Because you can switch out your prepared spells anytime outside of combat. So if you can't cast it, what you want to make sure is that when you're in combat, that you have access to spells you need. So prayer of healing, I will never be, it literally cannot cast in combat, so I don't need to have it prepared. Hold person is a good spell, but it's a concentration, and I'll almost always want to do something that also with concentration. I like having bless prepared, because we still end up using that sometimes. Create water is good, but I think everyone's got water in their backpacks right now. Does she still have... Oh, she still has guidance. Good. Okay. Enhance ability. Silence. Hold person. Aid. Fuck yeah, aid. I use that every single fucking time. I've never used command. Let me see. That's a first level spell, right? Wisdom save. It's a full action. I guess if you have something with low wisdom and you need to take it out of combat for one turn. If it drops on the ground, does that make them prone and you get advantage on it? That could be good. I've never used it. Alright, let's see the third level. Protection from energy, spirit guardians, both good. Remove curse, feign death. Glyph of warding. That's actually a pretty badass spell too. Mass healing word. That's tempting. Daylight. Bestow curse. Speak with dead. Beacon of hope. Revivify. Everyone's got scrolls of that right now. It's so rare that I've only ever used Revivify once so far. Alright, I think I'm gonna have Beacon of Hope. I think Mass Healing Word I'm gonna have prepped. I mean, in all honesty, she's probably gonna... Her spell slots are gonna be... I like casting Aid every time at 3rd level, so that's one of those gone, so she's only gonna have 2. When the shit's hitting the fan, I really like Spirit Guardians. That's that aura, a 15-foot aura of the Angel Storm. It's pretty badass. And then she just walks into crowds and they all die as she's approaching them because these spinning angels of death around her. This really is like D&D. I remember remembering stuff about your character. She was a necromancer cat creature. Interesting. You can command them to drop weapons or fall prone. Perfect time for the melee guys to wreck them. I guess that could be pretty effective. Shit. Is that something you use all the time, Nick? Because what I don't use all the time is Inflict Wounds. Inflict Wounds is pretty fucking badass for a third level spell. Does up to 30 damage. The thing is, the only person that does melee in my group... Well, he gets a bunch of attacks, but it's my paladin. They still get all those advantages from range? Anyways. It's nice for a first level slot. Guiding Bolt. Cure Wounds. Bless. Healing Word. I might put it in. The thing is, I probably always forget to use it, but I'm gonna sub out Inflict Wounds, which I've used to very good effect at times. Well, wait, and the thing is if she wants to do extra damage close up. But what does she have now? Fog Cloud, Thunder Wave, that's good. Close up. Shatter. Thunder Wave is first level. Okay. Call lightning. Holy shit. And sleet storm. Disrupts concentration. Douses fires and creates an ice surface. Always prepared. It's one of her. These are her spells that she gets for being Tempest. All right, yeah, I'll prep. I'll prep. I think it, by default, she came with it prepped, and I never used it, so I got rid of it. I have to keep saying things while doing nothing. Yeah, that's good. That's good. It's typical. All right, I think everyone else. Let me see if his. I don't think we need to worry about spell slots on him. Branding smite. Magic weapon. It's already got a magic weapon. Branding smite. Aid. But she's always going to do aid instead. I guess he could do aid instead, but we have him with Shield of Faith, which he almost never uses. Thunderous Smite. I like having these different smites available. That's kind of cool. Divine Favor, sometimes I use. Heroism, I very rarely use. Make yourself or a target immune to Frightened. Compel Duel. Cure Wounds. He has Command, too. He could also cast Bless, but since he doesn't have War Casting, being on the front lines and casting concentration spells is not a good combination. Restoration, Branding Smite, Aid. Get rid of Shield of Faith. Searing Smite. He gets Misty Step. Moonbeam. Oh, Moonbeam is good. I like Moonbeam. Protection from good and evil. Searing Smite. Shield of Faith. Protection from poison. Aid. Lesser Restoration. Magic Weapon. So regular Smite does 2d8 radiant damage. Searing Smite does 1d6 and sets it on fire. Branding Smite, 2d6, prevents it from being invisible. They're very situational. What a Wrathful Smite possibly frightens your target. 1d6 and possibly frightens. Oh, so many decisions! Alright, I'm probably never even gonna use the damn thing. Alright.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
And let's get his Speak with Animals on. Because the dog's got something to say.
The dog is unable to speak through the small bag he holds in his mouth.
What do you got there, Scratch?
I don't know. Maybe you can tell me. All I know is I thought of you when I saw it.
Alright, good dog. You gave me a torch. Thank you. Good dog. Great, I'll cherish it forever. Look, Brad, I'm doing things. Did I ruin all of your fun?
Don't waste a step.
Alright. Hold on, let me see if anyone's, like, super burdened. No one's super burdened. I was gonna say, should I go out of my way? You know what I should do? He's not gonna use these molds right now, because we don't have any more adamantine. Whatever. So he should... Those molds are kind of heavy. He should put those in here, unless we're gonna use them. are they at? There's this. There's this. All I'm gonna do is sell. I think I got that longbow just to sell. You type. All right. Oh, and I think I might have burned through some speed potions. I like having speed potions on hand because they're not contingent on concentration. All right, let's give her a speed potion. And let's give him another speed potion. Okay, I kind of like this distribution. Can we make any more speed potions right now? Oh, hold on. Do I not have my, Oh, there it is. Potions. Mind reading, speed. I need hyena ears to make more speed potions. Alright. Gotta keep an eye out for hyena ears. Alright, so now we'll just head back to where we were. And yes, in fact, we were at the forge. Here's the thing that made us all be level 6. Completely looted it. And, yeah, didn't expect that to happen. Please say words. But I'm saying words constantly, Brad. How am I not saying enough words? Alright, everyone else, I think, can make this jump. Oh, we should finish our buffing. Alright, hold on. Everybody gather around here. It's time to do summoning and buffing. Don't spread out like that. Alright, let's bring my dog. We got dog with us. And I think now that he's a ranger, he gets a summon too. Yeah? Oh, what can he get? Spider, raven, rat, frog, crab, or cat? Meow to distract enemies. Slow enemies with a crippling pinch from the... These familiars don't seem very... Let's see, the frog can spread toxin to enemies? The rat has an infectious bite. The raven can blind enemies with its beak. Poisonous bite. This actually... They got some decently interesting... How does the meow distract them? I think I'm gonna do the raven. Alright, and now we got so many familiars floating around. He's got his little closet impede thing. Oh, we got quite the party now, and now,
What's next?
that's when I have her cast Aid to add temporary hit points. Casting it at 3rd level, everyone gets 10 extra hit points. It's a great use. And now we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's one slot is essentially adding 70 hit points to my group, one cast. So that's a good deal. All right. The Raven went from 1 hit point to 11 hit points. So that's okay. I'm barely talking. I feel like you're just messing with me now, Brad. I don't think that's accurate at all. I'm constantly talking. Maybe you're just not listening, Brad. You ever think of that? Or like my mic is literally cutting out and everyone's like, what the fuck, another technical problem G-Law stream. He doesn't have any idea. And Adam's main. Alright, everybody hunker down.
Hello, you.
Here, we'll just do standard exploration. I see. Ready to burst. What the hell is that? Oh, we can walk out in this shit? Why would I, though? Looks like because maybe there's some treasure over here. I wonder if there's more adamantine. How the hell do you say that shit? So I can make another overpowered legendary item. Alright. Well, first, let's just see if...
Lava's erupting. Better watch my step.
What was there? Lava's erupting. That lava's erupting. Okay, well, I think we know we see ready to burst all over down here. Oh, there's this. A lava elemental. Oh, fuck. Alright, this seems, this seems kind of like a problem. Do I even want to be messing with this shit? I see there's a little treasure chest up here. I'm not obviously seeing a lot of extra stuff aside from that. All right, let's spread everybody out.
Does this count as adventuring?
Does this count as adventuring? Good question. All right.
What path lies before me?
So he's right at the edge of where those things are going to explode and hurt people. But he should be good there.
Can't afford any mistakes.
And we can have that.
Just hurry this along. Step by step. What is it? Just like old times.
Alright, when that son of a bitch comes around here again, I'm gonna see if we can draw it over. Draw it out. Here he's coming. I don't know if he'll get in range. Get sneak attack prepped. Invalid target. Can't have disadvantage. I think it's because he's too far away. Ah, all right. This is I can get him out here, but that's going to be awfully risky. Planet Crafter is so damn addicting. I'm trying to remember if that's one of those games that I bought or not. Is that the one where you terraform? It's like a first-person perspective that you terraform by building a crafting survival. Is that the one? That it's in early access and everyone says is amazing. Because if that's the one that I did buy that when it was on sale and I played it a little bit. It seemed really good. I just wasn't ready to really wasn't ready to do a deep dive into it. But it seemed like the type of game where when you're ready to spend some time with it, can completely take over for a little while. Reminds you Satisfactory, yeah, a little bit like that. But with survival components, so in some ways it's a little bit like Subnautica, obviously not underwater, but you know, you have to worry about surviving out in the elements before there's like oxygen and all that shit. Shit. I would really like to just be able to shoot this guy without getting closer. Can I just shoot it? Because I think jumping him out there to be closer all by himself would be a bad idea. Also, because that son of a bitch, anyone that's standing out here, I bet that thing can knock your ass right into the lava. I'll bet it's all sorts of bitch tactics like that. So I like, ideally, to have my people where if it's going to knock me back, it's not going to knock me back into a pool of lava. Thank you very much. We just need to get its attention. So we're just going to wait. So this is kind of riveting gameplay that I'm sure Brad's enjoying. We just got to wait another 3 minutes for it to come around its cycle. You know? You'd be walking to your doom. Oh, here he is. All right. I'll bet he'd hate it if I shot an ice arrow at him. Wouldn't you think a fire guy would hate being hit by an ice arrow? Is there an actual water arrow anywhere? I don't know. All right, come here. It's very rare that I intentionally attack. Alright, that didn't do a whole lot of damage.
By the heavens, a lava element. No wonder the lake's so volatile.
Alright. So, let's come around the corner. Hide. And... sneak attack. And let's see, I think that's the end of his reign of terror. We're gonna re-hide him. But we should also take advantage of
How much longer will this take?
let's see, can he do anything silly? Obviously shooting it with fire is not a good move, but well, let's see, what do we know about this? 84 damage, or 84 hit points. Magnetic regeneration. Regains 20 to 120 hit points when starting a turn in lava. That's not good. So we don't want to unload all of our resources unless we think it's going to take him out. What does he resist? He doesn't take any fire. He is weak to cold. Double damage from cold. Poison resistant. Piercing resistant. So actually, I think Ray of Frost, it may be worth just casting a damn Ray of Frost on this guy. Yeah? Yeah, that did some hurt. And, we'll pop him around the corner, too. And let's see. What else? Who else can do shit?
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
Shadowheart? Gust of wind. Fog cloud. Call lightning. Guiding bolt. Alright, so clearly firebolt is not a thing. It may be worth just doing wait a minute. Should I just do bless? Yeah, let's just do a bless. probably didn't need to get her into the line of danger in order to do that. So we'll move her a little bit out of the way. And we'll keep the... It looks like everybody's in now. I don't think he can do anything yet, so we just have him hang back. Maybe, yeah, spread them out a little. The dog. Basically, the main thing I use the dog for is for helping people if they get knocked down. I should have been hiding all these people. All right. Let's see what he does. What DM would knock their player's character into lava? Well, I know whatever the AI DM that runs this game loves knocking my people into lava. Because I didn't consider that that was going to be a strategy until I had a combat where my guys were all standing precariously near ledges overlooking lava, and then I realized when you do that, all the enemies focus their tactics on trying to, instead of hitting you with their weapons, on trying to push you into the lava. So, you know, that's a thing. Use dash. Create lava. Alright, well, let's see. So that's clearly not going to work. Light. Voices of the circle. I guess he could just do a standard ranged attack. Doing a firebolt's not going to do jack shit. Two damage. 2 damage. Or whatever. I'm going to end on that. Let's see if we can get a sneak in.
Mutilate them.
Yeah, he lost his hide. Hide.
Time for a new approach. Let's find some prey.
There, this should work. He got the hide. He got the vantage point. Alright, with the piercing, he's really losing out a little bit on damage potential. Let's see, let's get
Lance board is set.
Let's get him back up. It's really feeling like wait, does chromatic orb have a water option? Thunder, poison, lightning, fire, acid, cold. Also does 2d8. Creates a frosty surface. I don't know if that works when he's standing on lava. Nah, I don't think it's worth using a slot when I can essentially do the same damage with this.
Oh yes.
Oh, whoops, a little bit of camera issue there. That was a good amount of damage, though. Alright, I'll just draw him back. And turn. Can the bird fuck with it? I would love to see the bird just totally screwing with this thing. Here, we'll just move the bird into position. Have the bird do a little bit of hide. Is the bird hidden? The bird is successfully hiding. Alright, we're going to leave it at that. Oh, the bird, you can actually use the fly. We have to use the fly action. What DM? Oh, no, Brad. Brad's never going to recover from the cancellation of our campaign. Brad, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Were you liking it? Were you really into it that much that it's now you're so scarred that it got taken away? You did seem to be enjoying it. You can't hide what's already been seen? Au contraire, if you're not being seen again, you can hide again. It was a pretty big betrayal. You see, Nick, as DM, you've knocked people into lava several times. Well, yeah, you got to think, if you're the bad guy and your bad guy sees that as an opportunity, why wouldn't you, right? Yes, you were into it, and no, you haven't forgiven me at all. Okay, that's fair. I don't think I've ever asked for forgiveness, though. Let's have him hide. Actually, it doesn't matter if he's hidden. We're going to move him a little closer. This is, the thing I can do on him is going to be scare. I don't know if scare works on elementals. Probably doesn't. He's probably going to lose his stealth right now. There we go. Totally lost his stealth. Alright, fine. It's fine.
Focus.
Okay. So I'm thinking just do a sacred flame on this guy? That or a guiding bolt. 90% on the guiding bolt. Additional 1d6 per level? No, we're not going to mess with that.
Your time has come.
Alright, that did reason. Okay, thing's only got 19 hit points left. Can we... Is there any way we can... I don't think there's any way we can finish this off right now. Dog is not going to do the job. Raven is done. He's done. Did it just gain 82 hit points? You son of a bitch. It just regained all of its health. And he didn't get an opportunity attack because he had his bow out. Son of a bitch. Alright. That was... I should have switched it back. That was a super lost opportunity. Alright, does he have any icy smites? It'd be really nice if he did. I don't think he does, though. He's got a thunderous smite. Branding smite. 2d6 radiant. This thing doesn't turn invisible. The moonbeam. 2d10 radiant. And then he can keep attacking each turn. But he'll lose it with concentration. You know what? This might be worth using one of his attacks for. And then... Wait a minute. Oh, he only gets his bonus attack if he attacks? Or he only gets his extra attack if he attacks? Shit, I thought that was just like an extra thing he got. Son of a bitch. I didn't want that to take the place of his attack. Oh, I totally misused all of his shit. I should have used the moonbeam last time instead of the, instead of his damn bow. Alright. I'm just not doing this very well at all. I didn't even really apologize. Pretty brazen. Oh, but you respect how brutal I was, Brad? Alright, well, no sense crying over spilt milk. I can't. I just did not. I had not played his strengths at all. Which is unfortunate. Alright, let's get him back into hiding. Get him doing a sneak attack. Alright, so that did some damage. Let's get him hidden again and moving back. Maybe it's time to start thinking about using a haste spell.
all in my favor.
We're gonna need to start really pummeling this guy with some damage. I think if we play it right, Thandros has a potential to do an absolute fuck ton of damage. If I don't fuck it up like I did this first round. It is the Underdark, Avery. I've been in the Underdark for a while now. Because, like, if he casts... his heavy hitters, like Fireball, isn't going to do a lot of damage to this guy. Ton of damage. I think haste is the order of the day, and we're gonna haste. Let's haste Thandros.
Essential incantation.
All right, little camera issue again. And then we'll just keep him, we'll keep him back here nice and safe, roasty, toasty, warm. He doesn't have anything else to do. He's hidden already. Yes? Yes. Okay. The imp, can the imp scare this guy? We're gonna find out. I doubt this guy can even be affected by fear. It's scared! The elemental is scared. All right, good deal. I am fighting an elemental. I just feel like confident that I can do it. All right. Let's move him out of the way a little bit.
Can't give up.
So far, I've been my own worst enemy. Call lightning. If I get her, can I get her down there? Spell slot. Let's get her down there. Sleet storm, though. A storm that disrupts concentration, douses fire, and creates an ice surface, but it doesn't do any damage. Fog cloud, call lightning, shatter, thunder wave. No, like, specific ice or water damage effects here. Okay, I think I'm just gonna get her down there. And I'm gonna cast one of her Angel Storms. Spirit Guardians. Radiant. Because even though she'd probably go Necro, I like Radiant better. And then we're just gonna... let me see. Spirit Guardian. For any reason. And then we're just gonna get her down there in range so that she starts hurting the thing.
Got to move.
And then she can start making use of her special abilities down there, possibly. I'm a poop elemental! You skipped on that? Does he hit hard? I don't know yet. He just got close enough. He just got close enough, so... like, because we got him from range. Now, one thing he does is if he's standing in lava, he regenerated all his fucking health in one turn because he started in lava. So he's got some real bullshit, abilities. Should I send the dog down for a bite? Here, we'll send the dog down. I don't think the dog can hide anymore. No. And can we have the bird peck the shit out of this thing's face? That'd be nice. Let me see. Rend vision. Attack a creature's eyes and blind it. Yeah, I have no idea if this can work. Oh my gosh, my little pets are like bullying the shit out of this thing. It's afraid and it's blind. And I wonder if it's blind if it means I can get back out of range without provoking opportunity. Okay, that's good. Alright, let's see what it does now. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. That's questionable. Okay. Well, first things first. Now may be time to whip out spells that can... Oh, it's just Thandros right now. Okay. So it's staying in the Moonbeam. Or sorry, just turn there. Okay, so it's gonna stay in the Moonbeam, so we'll just let that be a thing. We're just gonna start smiting the shit out of this. Where's my regular smite? Branding smite? No, I don't want to use branding smite. I want to use divine smite. And we're just gonna spam the shit out of divine smite. 1,000. 2 1,000. Let's do a second level. 3 1,000. Alright, I should have been casting a second level the whole times. And he can do a bonus attack with his polearm. Alright, see, that's what he's capable of if I play him right. Alright, I think we're gonna be okay. Alright, let's do a little bitch tactic with a sneak attack. Alright, didn't hit very hard because it's piercing, but, you know, that's fine. I think that's all we're gonna do with him. I don't think running anyone else down there is the greatest idea right now. So he's just gonna chill up here.
Let's finish this.
Now, what she could do... Okay.
Death is but a word away.
What should I do?
Alright. Maybe it is time to use this sleet storm. It douses fires and creates an ice surface. It's not going to do any damage, though. But it might solve the problem of us standing in fucking fire. But you know what also might do that? Just throwing a bottle of water down? Maybe we use the low-tech version. Alright, well I think we're still... I'd miscalculated a little bit. We're still sort of standing in fire, some of us. And I don't think she's taking any other actions this turn. She could potentially do a bonus action, but she's really got nothing worthwhile to do with it, so... Alright, now that the, Alright, no, I still don't think it's worth bringing the dog in there. It's pretty close to dying, though. Let's see what kind of damage we can do with the Starion. And really, I think Ray of Frost, his cantrip in this situation, is his most heavy-hitting spell for this creature. Oh, that did it! Alright, get... Yeah, there you go. Don't stand in lava. Yay, we did it! After combat, you can use a bottle of water to clean off so you don't have every cutscene covered in blood. I did not know that. But then you've used the water, right? And it seems like it's not worth it. There's a mod that just removes all the grime? How do you know this, Brad, and I don't? A pearl onyx, and malachite. Alright, well, it's okay. Better than nothing. Alright. Brad knows many things. That also helps reinforce the fact for me that you are in fact interested in this game if you're paying attention to it, like the mods that are out for it. Alright, I think we're gonna have him be the official guy that goes out there.
Radio note.
Alright. And I'm not seeing anything obvious down there that I want to go looking into. Or that I can even, in fact, go visit. Is there a way under there? I just want to make sure there's not something obvious that I'm missing out here, like an ore vein of more adamantium. This is exactly the kind of place where something like that would be, where I could get a super uber item crafted. You'll not be buying until fairly well discounted, but you were very interested, just stingy. That's fair. No, that's fair. I think it's just like, this was just one of those games where I knew I wanted it. Before it came out, I knew I wanted it bad enough. It's rare that I will buy a game at full price like this, but this and Starfield were both such games. Alright, he can lockpick this. Difficulty class 20, though. Really? Okay, I mean, I got it, but damn. This was the only full-price game you plan to buy this year? Using Game Pass for Starfield? I considered, because Starfield comes on Game Pass, which is a great deal, but I just know that if it clicks the way that their games have clicked with me historically, I know that I'm gonna want to play it on a copy of the game that's mine, that I can go away and come back to, and go away and come back to, and I can mod the shit out of, and it's not going to be contingent on a subscription, which I guess you could go away and come back to with Game Pass too, but yeah, that's right. You're big into Skyrim. In fact, I think, well, no, you didn't meet me because of Skyrim. Were you someone who started watching my channel because I was playing the Longest Journey games? I'm trying to remember how I first encountered you, because I went through a huge Skyrim phase on my channel, but I want to almost say that you found me through, or that you found me through Enderal. Yes, yeah, Enderal. I knew it wasn't straight out Skyrim. Now wait a minute. Now I might be mixing you up with someone else. Were you involved in Enderal? Because there was someone that did voice acting in Enderal who I met. Now I can't remember if that was you or if you're just an Enderal enthusiast. But I know there was someone that I met through playing Enderal who hung out in my streams who was one of the voice actresses. Okay, no, that wasn't you. Okay. Sentient amulet. Shatter. Talk to sentient? What the hell is all this? Speak with the consciousness lingering inside the sentient amulet? What? It's an intelligent amulet? Okay, restores key. So this obviously is best used. Key is a resource that monks use. So this would be best for a monk to use, but it does let you use Shatter, which you can cast once on a short rest, which is cool. I don't think you need to be wearing it for that. Damages all nearby creatures, 60 feet, Constitution save. Huh. Yeah, that could be worth carrying around. For sure. I don't know if you have to be wearing it. I don't think you have to be wearing it to cast it. You just have to have it in your possession, I think. Yeah, especially since now they released a new dedicated... Well, it's not new now, but they redid it for Skyrim Special Edition. Which means potentially it could be a lot more optimized than the original Enderall was. You do need to be wearing it for the shatter. Okay. I just know that there's certain things that if I have the thing in their inventory, but if it's not like a combat thing, that seems like it'll let me cast. Sometimes. Okay. Silver ingot, potion of poison resistance, simple toxin. So then the question is it worth it for someone? I'm going to bring him...
The amulet is heavy, but holds a subtle warmth, like it was left under the sun. Suddenly, the metal surges with heat. You feel great power and an overwhelming urge to laugh.
Can thou endure?
Give in to the laughter. I'm going to try to do a fight. I'm going to try to save. Nope, he's going to laugh his ass off. I don't think I'm going to do an inspiration. I'm just going to see how this plays out.
There's no escaping the laughter. Telepathic mushrooms, walking brains. It's all so comical.
It's the happiest I've ever seen him. Uh-oh. Oh, now he's not looking so good.
How unfortunate. Alas, thou must do. Return me, take me home, and thou shalt glow with blessings.
Let's see. Return you where? To whom?
To thy granddaughter, Shira Clarwen. Serves Ilmata, she does. She waits in Worm's Crossing. Take me there, and thou shalt bathe in her golden gift.
Uh-oh, what the hell does that mean?
Thou shalt be blessed indeed.
She bathed in her golden gifts? What? Yeah, well, first let's see. Let's get a little, what's up with you? Who are you? Are you Ghost? What happened to you?
A ghost? I am sunlight on water, dew on grass. Sharons broke my body, but my spirit they could not. Well, not completely.
That look on his face.
Thou shalt return me home. It is written.
Well, it's definitely going in our quest log. Let's see. Let's investigate the amulet. Intelligence. Oh, he's got the investigation. I think I got that from. Did he get investigation from one of his ranger background or something? Oh yeah, all right.
Etched on its face is an image of the dawning sun.
Consider the inscribed image. So now that he's done that, he can roll religion to see what he makes of that. All right.
You recognize the symbol. It belongs to those sworn to Lathander, god of dawn and renewal. Whatever madness this spirit suffers was inflicted by Lathander's enemies, followers of Shar.
Oh, shit.
And this madness may flow into you.
Shar is, that's Shadowheart's deity. She's probably gonna be pissed if she knows we're helping an ally of her god's enemy. All right, let's do insight. See if we can glean anything else from this. Yes.
Beneath the rampant joy, you sense the monk's fear and sincerity. He doesn't wish to harm you, but that doesn't mean he won't.
All right, let's stow the amulet. I'll say, yeah, we'll take you. Even though he wouldn't be the one, he'd be like, fuck off. But he's the only one that I can... He'd probably think... right now, if he's going to agree to it, he's probably thinking, like, goddamn Dandros is going to want to help this guy. He's probably going to disapprove of his own decision.
I shall walk with thee. I shall grant you my...
No, 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 I don't need your power. No, just going to stow it.
You feel a chuckle coming on, but it soon fades.
You just stick it in your ass. There you go. All right. Well, that was an interesting development. That laughter was lovely. Oh, you passed the roll. That's and that's what I've kept reading about this, and so far I found it often to be the case. Is sometimes it's worth failing the saving throws in this game, or worth saving or failing the skill checks, because the failure is as interesting, or if not more so, sometimes than the real, than the success. No one hates Astarion more than Nick. You don't kill him, you just leave him forever in camp. No, that's fair. He's kind of an irritating character. I think he's interesting in some ways. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There's a skeleton down there. What else is there? And there's a halberd down there? Oh, shit. Okay. The thing is if he jumps down there, he's not going to be able to get back. But I think we want somebody to be able to get down there. Let me see. Do. Daggers. Counterspell. Let's temporarily get rid of counterspell. And replace it with flight. Grant flight. What's the range? He has to be within melee range. Is there any way in hell... He can jump down there, but he will... There's no way in hell he's going to be able to get back. And I don't think... Dandros has, like, extra jumping abilities, but I don't think he'd be able... That's too big a jump. Now, the thing is... Too far. Okay, let's see if there's a... Let's see if there's a jumping puzzle way of getting there, though. That would enable him to get back. He reminds you of the assassin in Dragon Age Origins, who also sucked. I don't think I got far enough into that game. I never finished that game. Thus far, your paladin has slept with half the camp, but counts the druid and Astarion as actual lovers. So you went for the bear and this dude. Okay. So he's gonna... Okay, now...
Never a dull moment.
Alright, let's, no. He can do some pretty gnarly jumping.
Let's be on my way.
I think we may be able to pull this off without a without the fly spell. Alright, I think he's gonna walk right up to this. Okay, what's up with this halberd? Alright. Oh, so it's just a +1 halberd. Because this is I think this is considered a pole arm, so if it was like super special, then he could replace the glaive. But this glaive that he's got is actually pretty badass. And it's what helps him jump further too. You can map travel back. That's a good point. I don't think about that. I'm always worried like, oh, will I be able to get back? But yeah, we can totally fast travel. Alright. Is there anything else? Let's see. Can I jump over here? Alright, camera. Hello. Hello, camera. Alright, camera. I just want to make sure that I couldn't, like, walk around in there, but apparently, no, I can't. Don't walk in the fucking lava, you Nimrod! Alright. Alright, hello, camera. Can he jump back up? Oh, god damn it! He was... All these little unintentional just jaunts into the lava has practically killed him. Alright, no more oopsie daisies in the lava, Thandros. Alright. Now you go back to...
Stepping softly.
See, look, he got all over the place without walking in any lava, you dumbass, Thandros. Oh, wait. No, okay, I thought he was going to step in lava there. Alright. Everybody gather around. Thandros is gonna do some,
despite everything.
Some healing radiance. Nope, no. Get in the middle of everybody, then do the healing radiance. Yep, everybody's gonna be included. Let's one more wave. Then we'll do a short rest, which will reset that and hopefully bring him back up to full. All right, we are good to go. Although we do, well, we expended some spell slots, so we're not ready for a boss fight right now. But I think we're good.
Salutations.
I think we're basically good to keep going.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
And I think we're done with this downsy stairsy part.
Need to find a way forward.
Because there were no other things to explore down there. Alright. In fact, we're probably gonna have to fast travel. This is one of those things where I probably should just fast travel at this point. But I like the immersion of going everywhere on foot. You have a dog cuddling against you? Oh, nice! Oh, hey, Kink, what's up, man? How are you liking this game? And, I imagine you're all up for Starfield. Alright. The dog can make the jump, but the rest of you can't? Really? I just realized I'm getting the early unlock of Starfield, and that's 1 week from tonight is when it unlocks. So, I was saying I'm gonna have a tough decision to make, but I'm fairly certain I will be nowhere near done with this game. And when Starfield comes out, I'm just gonna have to start playing Starfield. Like, I don't think I'm gonna be like, just finish playing Baldur's Gate, and like don't play Starfield until December. I already pre-ordered it. Well, I just know that you were huge into Fallout 4, so I just figured like you're a Bethesda dude, and you'd be all about Starfield. But it doesn't have. I know in Fallout you were really into the base building, where there is base building in the form of like ship customization building, but I don't think it's going to be nearly the type of stuff that you did in Fallout, which was pretty fucking amazing. All right, so we do have to teleport out of here. You just play them and enjoy them, okay. I would never wait to... Once in a while I finish games, but I do have a pretty spotty track record. The thing is like, honestly, if it weren't for Starfield coming out, I feel like I might be on board with this for the long haul. Except that Starfield, which is like, I've been drooling with anticipation for years, is coming out in 1 week. 50 hours ahead, nowhere near the end. Yeah, that checks out. So let's go back to here. All right. And there was more to check out. There were certain areas of this region that I never checked out. Let's do a hard save. Load save. No Man's Sky is a great example of why I don't follow hyper games. I actually brought up No Man's Sky as an example of, like, there could very well be people, even if Starfield delivers, No Man's Sky is an example of a kind of game that a ton of people got hyped about it. And I think there was a huge subsection of those people who just wouldn't be into that kind of game, but got swept away by the hype. So even if Starfield, or even if No Man's Sky, even if No Man's Sky had launched in the kind of state that people expected that it was going to, I think a huge portion of the people who were hyped would have played it for a while and been like, this is boring. But I don't know. I honestly feel like with Starfield that Bethesda has a history of being a little rough, but I think about games like Skyrim. And Skyrim launched a little rough, but Skyrim was, from day one, if you played that game, you could tell it was something special. Assuming you're into that kind of game. There are people this day who's like, Skyrim shit, I hate it. You know, whatever. They just don't like that kind of game. But, and I feel like there's a good chance Starfield might be the same way. Yeah, I mean, because, you know, No Man's Sky also, it was a studio no one ever really heard of before. Never done anything big like that. Small studio. We know Bethesda... That thing is, Bethesda's rolled the dice a little bit in their terms of the history, but we know Bethesda is capable of putting out some really special stuff for the people who enjoy their style of game. And there's plenty of reason, I think, to believe, based on the development cycle of this game and the time that they've taken with it. And it seems like they know, especially after Fallout 76, like, they know they cannot afford to release a fucked up game. Like, they can't afford to release a broken game that's going to be fixed in 2 years. The way that they've sort of done in the past. So I think that it sounds... They've indicated, and I somewhat believe, that they have put extra effort into trying to ensure that this game is going to be of a better quality out of the gates than their past releases. Even some of their best past releases. Everyone is more than welcome to enjoy the hype. Well, I try not to jump 100% on the hype train, but I will admit I've allowed myself to get excited about Starfield in a way that I just don't get. I don't allow myself to hype about games that often. And I'm not 100%, but I pre-ordered it. I pre-ordered the deluxe edition to get in 5 days early. I never do that. So I was hyped enough to do that. You inventory sort of between streaming because the inventory in this game is a monster and a pain. I see, that makes sense. You're hyped for many games that you won't even buy on release. Well, yeah, for the most part, I don't buy games on release. The exceptions are I will buy like indie games that are not like full price AAA games. I was mentioning I bought a game this week that just launched into early access that was in Next Fest called it's a Jump Light. What was it called? I can look at it again. I showed a trailer earlier. Jump Light Odyssey. It's a little bit like Star Trek and RimWorld crossed together, which I thought that's special enough and like speaks to the stuff that I like enough that even though it's not in a finished state by any means, I was like, yeah, they launched it at something off and it was like $20, and I was like, yeah, I'll pay that. Skyrim is only the third best Elder Scrolls game. I think there's plenty of room for debate in that. And it also depends on by what standards you're saying better. Oblivion better than Skyrim. Morrowind is obvious. I think there are things Morrowind did better, but I don't know that it's obvious that Morrowind is a better game than Skyrim. I think there are things that are about Skyrim that are superior to Morrowind. But I think that there's an openness to Morrowind and the faction systems and the different... well, the faction system is a big thing. Like all the different houses that you can join, and that those decisions are meaningful, and you can't do all of them. Well, there are a lot of people that will say that, though. They'll say, like, Morrowind was the best one ever. I don't know a ton of people that say Oblivion was better than Skyrim. I'm sure they're out there. I don't hear that a lot, though. And I don't hear anyone saying Daggerfall. Well, once in a while, someone will say Daggerfall is an open world, like, whatever. And I think that the limitation about Daggerfall is that Daggerfall is when things were so open that some people wish that they had stayed more in that direction than gone into the more focused, small world, but focused world. So, and that's one of the things that happened with Skyrim too, is, you know, when you're voice acting everything that every person says in the world, it becomes a little harder to come up with a million different storylines that most people are never going to see because you can only choose one, right? You can only choose one house that you can join. Or if you go past a certain level in this faction, you're going to become the enemy of that faction. That's the kind of cool shit in Morrowind that didn't survive to the other ones, because in Skyrim you can do every single faction. It's just like it doesn't matter, right? Daggerfall is terrible. I think there's a lot of design about Daggerfall that's really fucking interesting. Like that, I wish, like, well, the guy who was instrumental in Daggerfall is actually making a game that he wants to be the spiritual successor to Daggerfall. I don't know if there's any way to make it that's going to be any good when they actually make it, but I'm intrigued to see what happens when they try. The voice acting in Oblivion is terrible, and you love that about it. Does that make you think it's better than Skyrim? How do you feel? How do you put them next to each other, Brad? Like, I honestly think that Skyrim is a very good game. And I think, now, obviously graphics aren't everything, but goddamn, combat feels a lot better in Skyrim than it did in Morrowind. Although, there are people that, you know, I do like that hitting is governed by die rolls rather than like twitch skills as much. There is something charming about that I like. But Morrowind is in a lot of ways, a very rough and janky experience. In ways that Skyrim is not. Skyrim is a very well-built game. And Skyrim has a ton of content. It's got a ton of stories. Well-made content. Very high quality, stunning visuals, stunning world. Morrowind had a more interesting world in a lot of ways. But I think it's hard to say with finality that Morrowind is subjectively a superior game to Skyrim. I have a really hard time, or it's not subjective, it's objectively. I could certainly understand people liking it, Morrowind, better than Skyrim, and I wouldn't disagree with that at all, because there are reasons to like it better. It's a different game. Oblivion faces are terrible. Oblivion does faces better than Skyrim? That's Avery's hot take? Yuck. Oh, but okay, so there's something about the way they make the faces that you actually do like better, the quality of facial expression, emotion expression. I don't even remember. It's been so long. Magic system changes in Oblivion and Skyrim are gradual steps down. I agree with you there. And that's something that the flexibility in Daggerfall, the things you could do in Daggerfall, that freedom, that sandbox nature of it, is something that was really special that was lost. Oblivion still had that to an extent. You still had spellcrafting in Oblivion that you could do, which got basically gone by the time Skyrim came out. But the running around in Morrowind with like fly spells or super jumps and all that stuff. When I was streaming it a couple years ago, I'd looked up all these different weird spells to build. So it was like my basic version of local fast travel was super speed jumping with a stamina buff that kept your stamina up so you could just do it indefinitely. There's some really crazy cool stuff you can do. And that's an example of something where I'm like, damn, that's some good gameplay. That's some good, like, that you can be creative and come up with that sort of thing. You're not going to stand up for Morrowind inventory system, though? Morrowind is of its time. You're basing off the quality of the writing of the main quest line alone. Morrowind wins. I think I might, again, there's some subjectivity to that. But I feel like if you could be right, the story of Morrowind is a little more nuanced and subtle than, you know, than Skyrim feels a little more like, here's the, you know, you're the hero, save the day. The callbacks to 1 and 2 are awesome. You know what? I've never finished Baldur's Gate 1 or 2. I've gotten really far into both of them. It's been a very long time. Especially, well, let's see. The last time I got really into Baldur's Gate 2 was about 10 years ago. And I know I got far enough where I was into Underdark and other shit. I was pretty far in the game, but I don't. I think I was probably maybe 70% of the way through. Never finished. The super jump makes you fly around the map 20 times. I never did that, but I did get that where you get that scroll at the very beginning on that dead guy, and you do the jump, and it's like you fly up for like 45 seconds, and then if you don't have some means of protecting yourself, you land and die too. Skyrim is a bit of a bummer for destruction magic. Fun at low levels, but high levels supposed simply not good enough for the late game. I think that's now I have not leveled magic enough in Skyrim to encounter that issue. But that's why they have magic overhaul mods, extensive magic overhaul mods. I think in partially in recognition of that issue. They did definitely take the freedom. Main quest line, side quests in Skyrim may be better. Outside of that, Radiant garbage. Yeah, the Radiant stuff is just gives you something to keep doing if you want to just keep doing shit. They're not in themselves amazing content. I think all the storylines of the factions are interesting. I think the main storyline in Skyrim is still interesting. I think the dilemma of the dynamics of the rebellion are interesting. The points of view, even though it turns out like the rebels, the northern people, they're like racist assholes in a lot of ways. There's some complexity to the politics at work behind those things that are engaging, thought-provoking, and interesting. I think Skyrim did a lot of good, thoughtful things, good things in their storytelling. And that's where, when you add that all together, all the things Skyrim did, and compare it to all the things that Morrowind did, I don't know if I'm going to come out the gates and say, that Morrowind's better. But I do agree, like, the main quest in Morrowind and some of the way that things melted together. Morrowind was a much more unique setting. The dynamics of the different houses and the different ways that things work on Morrowind, definitely more unique and interesting. So there was something really unique and special about Morrowind, where by the time you get to Skyrim, it feels a lot more, even though it's well done, it feels a lot more generic fantasy. Whereas Morrowind feels like there's really something, something that came creative, that came out of left field in Morrowind. That is very special. You'll be pleasantly surprised how many things you'll notice very soon. Okay. Well, I don't want too many spoilers, but I do know that, like, in the trailer, they reintroduce you to Jahara, whatever her name is, and Minsk. So I know at the very least that's coming. I'm assuming when we actually get to Baldur's Gate, which I've got, 60 hours in this game already, and I don't even know how close we are to getting to Baldur's Gate. I'm probably another 40 hours away from that. Amazon's releasing a Fallout TV series? Not on my radar, but that's exciting. That's the scroll, Pink, that's the scroll you're talking about. Yeah. So the thing that I liked in Morrowind was, and it wasn't my own idea, I learned it by watching, like, people talking about crazy spells you can do. But it was something like, it combined super speed and super jumping, but not like you're gonna die jumping, with stamina regen. So that you basically, like, you do high velocity super jumps that each jump is taking you like 30 feet, right? Not like spanning the whole map, but enough to feel like superhuman, and just like boom, 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 boom. And it's like, it's basically unlimited if you make the spell right. How do I have 60? Well, it's a little hard to gauge. I'm gonna look at, it's hard to gauge how much I've actually played, because I've kept this game on a ton when I haven't been playing it. I've fallen asleep. I've had it on in my room and gone in the other room and fallen asleep watching TV and not turned it off until the morning when I'm getting ready for work. So my ability, Steam's ability to reflect how much of my game time is me actually playing it has sort of gone out of the window. at this point. But as of right now, it says my total hours in Baldur's Gate are 97.6 hours. I would say, so I think it's reasonable to say that maybe 60 of those have been game hours. So, how many hours have you put in, Kink? I mean, I'm not sure what the exclamation is when you say, how do I have 60 hours and we're at the same spot? Whether I should be further along, or how did I get as far as I am? It took you 100 hours to get here. I'm not sure which way your exclamation is driving. Yep. But I know I take my time and I meander in a lot of shit, so. You have 10 hours? Holy shit. No, then I don't know. If you've done all the things that I've done in 10 hours, then I guess I am just meandering. Like, I honestly don't. I mean, here's my quest journal. My completed quests. Adamantine Forge. I don't know what yours looks like, but I guess if it took me 8 times longer to do the same stuff that you did, I guess we chalk it down to I'm slow. I mean, you just look at every time I've streamed it, we have a shit ton of hours that are just like this. I'll do a 4-hour stream, and I'll do what would be the equivalent of, if I weren't streaming, 20 minutes of gameplay, 30 minutes of gameplay. So pretty much all my streaming time is like non-productive game time for the most part. I do a little bit, but most of the time I'm just sitting here talking. You checked it and you have 40 hours. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna guess I'm gonna guess my actual playtime is somewhere around 60 hours. Basket. Alright, because at a certain point, I came up here, I found a treasure chest nearby. These skeletons are all making me very nervous. They've got armor that's not worth picking up. If any of them have helmets, though, I might pick them up. Bring the journal. The mail is not worth the wait. Actually, what was the mail? Nah. I'm gonna check out the... I was forbidden to enter the Inquisitor's chambers, but I could not help myself, as Master Ketheric not commanded us to use every possible tool to best Shard's rivals. Best, if Sybil meant to keep the amulet a secret, she would have hidden it better. The amulet has given me a power and energy unknown to me. Under no such might and such cheer, I can barely keep myself from smiling, much to the other's chagrin. Is this the same amulet that I just found that he's talking about? Nick, you're up to 83 hours in your main playthrough. Okay. You gotta go get some sleep. Can't stick around. That's fine. No, I understand. I'm gonna... Actually, it's almost midnight. I'm gonna have to wrap up soon anyway. Alright, so let's see. Now he's going insane. It is done, thank the Dark Lady. Sybil ripped the amulet from my throat and cast it into the lava. Having found me racked by laughter, the madness has lifted, but do not yet know my penance. Sybil is not known to take pity on thieves. Alright, so this is referring to the amulet that I've found. Oh, bookworm. I just got bookworm. Alright. Yeah, I just know that most of my hours, my gameplay hours, have not actually... A lot of those have been just the game sitting on, because I'll be like, oh, I'm just going to have dinner, and I'll come back and keep playing it. And then I don't turn it off till the next morning. I fall asleep after dinner watching TV, and then whatever. Wake up, and it's like the next morning. I'm like, what the fuck happened? Alright, everybody,
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Everybody sneak. Is the dog sneaking too? You should sneak too, dog. All of you. Sneak. There.
Really? Now?
Let's get Astarion up front and center. Mr. Detector. Mr. Detector up front. Oh, a shit ton of boxes. I don't know why they're considered stealing at this point. Nobody's here. It's all rotten anyways. I don't want to steal the ex-resident's rotten food. Alright, did take some gold. Hand crossbow. That's got a good weight ratio. I don't think anyone gives a shit about any of these supplies anymore. A morning star. I'll take it. Too good for rotten food? I don't think you can even do anything with it, can you? You can eat it. I don't know why you would. I don't think I'm going to. You know what? Now I'm curious, though. I'm gonna eat a rotten mushroom. Let's see. Let's steal it. Consume it. Did this just give him lightning resistance? Oh no, it didn't. It poisoned him. Only for 8 turns. Can I talk about things that you might have done but already passed? Maybe? Yeah, I think so. Sure. Because I think I've been more or less thorough on content leading up to here. So the only things that could be potentially spoiled are things that would have happened if I had made different decisions. And I'm not super concerned about that. Okay. So that is some stuff. I just figure I'll click on it and see if they can path down there, but... Yeah, I did meet Volo. I rescued Volo. He's back at my camp right now. He offered to dig the tadpole out of my eye socket with a long needle and chastised me when I said I needed a second opinion. No. I didn't. I was afraid there might be some permanent damage if I let him try it. But yeah, he's in my camp. So, is that even a place I should be thinking about going? That's the thing too, is these maps don't give you any clue about where the edge may be, which is kind of good. Oh wait, but I think there's more stuff up here, and I think there were more things in that direction too. All right. So there's very clearly a way through here. Path is interrupted. Probably if I used flight, we could maybe get through there. Can the bird get through there? Cannot find path. Alright, maybe you can't get through there. I have explosives, but I don't see anything that makes any indication to me that I could bust this open with explosives.
I'm ready.
Keep your blade close.
Alright.
Watch the shadows.
Why are all the pets, like, independently... Everybody should stealth and unstealth at the same time. The pets are like, no, we're doing our own fucking
Over
thing.
here.
We're gonna manually update all the pets.
Step quick.
I met him and saved him. Also remember you can save scum for anything in this game that has potentially dangerous outcomes. You died by submitting to the mind flare in the beginning of the game. That's hilarious. And this is a discussion. This has been like a discussion within the gaming community and also just within this chat occasionally. I'm not afraid to do a little save scumming sometimes. The game in some ways encourages game scumming to see what different things are. But I know that the way that I've been playing it is I've been trying to not save scum and trying to treat it like I just need to try to make the best decision I can and see how it plays out. And I've been trying to do that. So, like, I don't know always what would have happened if I'd tried the other thing. Even though I might be curious about it, because I'm kind of saving that for, like, if I play again. You know, later, I'll get to a certain point and be like, well, what would have happened if I'd done this instead? So there are certain things that, and I kind of like that sense of mystery that I don't know what would happen if I told Bolo, yeah, go ahead and stick that rusty needle in my eye. I know enough now to know it wouldn't have worked, based on more reliable sources telling me about the nature of the tadpole. But I don't know what negative consequence might have had if I'd let him gouge around inside my eye socket with that needle. And so that's something in the back of my mind. I'm like, I wonder what would have happened. But I didn't save scum just to find out, right? It's single player, you don't care. And there's no reason not to do it if that's how you like to play the game. Absolutely no reason not to save scum and check every nook and cranny and see what every decision does at every juncture. No reason, if that's the way you enjoy the game, there's no reason not to do that. Personally, at least the way that I've been playing, I've been enjoying the weight of the decisions, of not knowing, and not thinking, well, if it goes bad, if it goes away I don't like, I'm just gonna reload it and do it the other way. Or I'm gonna reload it and do it the other way, either way, just because I want to see, there's 4 different outcomes here, and I want to see all 4 of them. There have once or twice been instances where it was super important for me to like, I wanted to pass a roll. I just really wanted to pass a roll. And I reloaded a couple times. I've done that. It's not like I've never done it. But it was like, I was like, no, I absolutely want this dialogue to succeed. It's super important. It's like, I have a very strong motivation to do it. And so I would go back and reload. And it's not like I'd never do it. But by and large, I kind of like that feeling of just not knowing. Like, that feeling of tension of, I have to make a decision. And I have to make the best decision possible and live with the fucking consequences. To me, there's a sense of immersion in approaching the game that way that I'm enjoying, and it's why I'm trying to play that. Again, completely, like, that approach would have absolutely... It's like the same I mentioned before. I'll play Skyrim, and I'll load it to the teeth with realism. Temperature, you need sleep, hunger, you can die of thirst, die of hunger, die of diseases, die of exposure to the elements. I like all that shit. And I recognize there's a lot of people out there that are like, oh, fuck that, you know? You can do the second playthrough and give you more content. You'll save scum to find out for sure, but you need to... Well, and that's the thing, too, is you could also approach this thing like, I may not play this game 5 times, right? there's a lot of people, and maybe I'll never play it through a second if I finish this once. I don't normally play games over and over again all the way through. So it may not happen. And so that's a valid thing too, to just be like, hey, if I really want to appreciate all the different things that could happen in this game, this is my one shot. I want to figure it out in this one playthrough. And if I'm curious and I really want to know what would have happened if I'd saved, if I'd passed that check instead of failed it, I'm gonna re-roll it. So at least I can see both ways. There's definitely a value to that approach, depending on your circumstances and what you find interesting. You need to beat the game. You're prepared for a role play playthrough. All right. I won't save scum on failing dialogue options or persuasion, because that's living with the consequences. Okay, well, see, that's, I guess that, different people draw the line at different points. Because I know that there are, like, some people, even, reviewers and the professionals, that's one of their criticisms about the game, is that they don't think that important story consequences will go one way or the other based on a die roll, right? I didn't notice this chest before.
What's in here?
Oh shit! All right. All right, so this is, I think, the next place we need to go. But there's more to this zone that I want to check out. Yeah, this goes up to the Moonrise Towers, which is where all the story is driving us right now. But I know there's some shit up here that... There's this whole thing with Nier, this Dark Elf storyline, that was just up the other way here, and that was the main thing I wanted to deal with, and I kept poking around the edges of the city and realizing, like, it looks like there's more shit for me to explore, and thinking, nope, I don't want to get too far, because also with that Nier guy, if you had a long rest, he'd die. So that was the one time where you couldn't do a long rest. So I was like, I don't want to end up stumbling through a bunch of optional shit and my guys getting using all their abilities and their health and their spell slots and everything else, and then having to go back in there and be fucked unless I can rest first. So this is an area that I doubled back on. All right, everybody squat. Now. Everybody's down.
Maybe I should stay crouched forever.
Oh, no, not you.
Wait.
Not you.
Stay low.
Astarion. That's our guy. All right. So it's after midnight. This is a great place for me to stop. The big ominous doors. What the fuck's behind them? Who knows? Crouching army, hidden dragons. Exactly. Yeah. Alright. Gonna do our little, we're gonna do a secondary. I always have a primary and a secondary. But I feel like this is a good place to anchor in both a primary and a secondary. Save. Hard save. Terrible place to stop. It's a beautiful place to stop. It's exactly midnight. I'm just about to start exploring into a new area. Besides, Brad, you don't want too much gameplay content. Weren't you saying how much you love it when I just talk and don't play the game? There we go. I could add some, Oh, what was that? You were hoping I wouldn't play at all, but since you already did, you may as well do a bit more. All right, that's fair, Brad. Does it look at the baseball happening though, Brad? It's pretty fun, isn't it? Fun to watch on my thanks for watching screen. Yeah, right in the nards, huh? Right in the nards. I remember that. Baldur Gate. Well, this stream was launched just after Brad left the message in Discord saying, "So, Super Mega Baseball 4 tonight?" So I had to set up some things to just give a little bit of baseball flavor for Brad, who's craving it so badly. Yeah, he's loving this hot baseball action. And that's also every time I wrap up a stream, no matter how late it is, Brad's always asking for if I'll do another quick 18 innings of Super Mega Baseball. And the thing that really, you know, just kind of sucks about me is like, I've been in a Brad stream before. Brad's tired as fuck. And I'll be like, will you play another 9 innings of baseball for me? And he'll be like, fuck yeah, for you, I'll do it. And he'll stay on stream for another hour doing it just because I asked. Just to make me feel like more of an asshole when I never, ever do the same for him. So. Yep, the one time I was just doing it to screw with him. And he was like, okay, for you, I will. And then he played a whole game of baseball. Just because I brought it up, even though I knew he was tired as fuck. I didn't think he would actually do it. I was messing with him. He did it. So now I'm the asshole, right, Brad? All right, you guys. I'm tired. Here, we'll do this now. We're gonna ease out of this. See, we dim the lights, but the spirit of baseball lives on. Next week, I'm playing Alien Dead by Daylight. I won't lie, there is a possibility, if it releases before Starfield, there is a possibility that I could do a bonus stream of it. But I'm not going to promise anything. Because frequently, the way my weeks go, I don't want to do bonus shit. And I may not want to deal with the stress of playing Dead by Daylight. But I'm very, 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 very interested in, like, the whole playing Dead by Daylight with the alien atmosphere. But if I have access to Starfield, it's downloaded and working and I can play it, and that's the case during Thursday stream next week, I can almost guarantee you one of two things. I'll stream it, or I'll be so desirous to immerse myself undistracted into my initial hours of Starfield that I will cancel stream. I don't necessarily plan to do that, but I'm reserving my right to do that. Because I may just not want to be balancing my distraction to my first experience of Starfield, doing it under the conditions that I do when I'm streaming. In which case I may still like do a bonus stream to make up for it. But we'll see. You're also interested in Starfield? The other thing that I might do is, if I super duper uber want to play Starfield without distraction, I may do the stream like a low interaction stream. Because honestly, I'd make it a general rule to not stream a game when I want to be immersed in it. Because it's just not compatible with the way that I play games while I'm streaming. So that's why I'm saying if I'm super duper want to be immersed in Starfield next Thursday, I may just take the night off and play it. No, not Maxi. Most of my streams are not low interaction. I may miss a lot of chat as I'm not playing the game. That's because I'm talking too much already. So you just hope Starfield is available, not because you're all that interested in it, but because if it's not, you're just gonna talk about it the whole time anyway. All right, so you just want to avoid being irritated by me talking about Starfield. All right. All right, you guys. Here. I didn't even need to turn the slow fade. Bye-bye, baseball. Bye-bye, baseball. We love you, baseball. Brad, say bye-bye to baseball. Bye, baseball music. I'm high interaction before I start playing the game. Then you read 1 out of every 10 comments. So, but what continues typically, even not always, but and it happened tonight frequently, is yes, I don't stay on top of comments, but I played very little game. I did play some game. I still talked a lot, but what'll happen is I'll pick up a line out of chat, and then I'll just be off to the races about it. And I'll not notice all the other chat around it. But I'm still interacting. It's just not that I'm like systematically like, okay, next comment was this. Okay, here's my response to that. Okay, next one, the next comment was this. Okay, here's my response to that. Next comment is this. Here's my response to that. And honestly, not that you guys talk like you bombard me with so many things that it's impossible to keep up, but the way that I talk is I'll read one comment and that'll get me off like on a topic for 5 minutes. By the time I look back, I've missed 10 more comments, right? Teasing you with baseball. Yeah, I know. I'm an asshole. It's just the way I operate. You guys got to know this about me by now. You forget the part where you invariably take that one comment you choose out of context. Of course I've got to do that, Brad. And sometimes I'll spend a couple minutes just talking about how I don't understand what you're asking or I don't understand what you mean by that. It could mean this. Did you mean this? Did you mean that? Or the flat out reading it wrong. Was it like some last week or the week before somebody said they did not do a thing and I read it the wrong way? Oh, it was about the wage that salaried employees, that hourly employees don't get benefits. And I read it the other way, that it was like wage, salary. Anyways, I got it backwards. And then I went off on it for like 3 minutes. And then you left like 3 comments in the chat about how I read it wrong. And then I was like, oh. And then I looked back and I'm like, oh yeah, whoops. It's 3 minutes of all of our lives we're not getting back. You spent $140 on Amazon while I was busy caressing Astarian's nutsack. But you can't blame me for that, Maxie. Did I cause you to spend that money? I don't think so. Where you were just like, I was caressing his nutsack, and you're like, huh, what's this? It's $100 nutsack caresser. I never even knew this was on here. G-Law made me just look it up. Now I bought it. I don't want to. Everyone says it's really feels good. Maybe I should think about getting it. This one's it's got Wi-Fi enabled. I just spend another $10. Wi-Fi. Maybe I should get that. What is it G-Law always says about spending a little more? It's worth it. Go to sleep and good night. Your eyes are getting so heavy. Go to sleep now, J Maxi, EV23, Brad Pritchard. Nixie, maybe Kink to go to sleep. I'll be waiting for you in your dreams, Joss said I. What are the odds you think Joss is here? I give it 60-40 that he's here. Joss, are you there? Good night, man. Actually, there's not a lot of viewers, not a lot of lurkers tonight. You like the lullaby, King? I keep talking after lullaby, but I'm really going for reals. Should I talk more about Comic-Con? Next time. Maybe I'll have a bonus stream talking about Comic-Con. Joss, wake up! So you can go back to sleep. Good night, Joss.